There is a particular kind of dread that has nothing to do with armies or catastrophes. It is quiet. It is personal. It is the dread that settles into your chest when you realise you have lost something that was not yours to lose. It is the sinking feeling that arrives not with the sound of trumpets or the thunder of consequence, but with a single, hollow splash. The kind of sound that means something is gone, something borrowed, something owed. Tonight, we travel back more than 2,800 years to a stretch of muddy riverbank along the Jordan, a place where no kings gathered, no armies marched, and no prophet called down fire from heaven, a place where ordinary men picked up axes and went to work, and yet on this unremarkable morning, in this undramatic hour, something happened that has echoed through 3 millennia of human memory. Not because it was loud, not because it was grand, but because it was small and because the God of the universe noticed. This is the story of the floating axe head. This is the story of what happens when you cry out not over kingdoms, but over a single lost thing. This is the story of a miracle so quiet that only a handful of tired workers ever saw it happen. Close your eyes, slow your breathing. Let us walk together to the edge of the river. Section 1. A season of growth. The community expands. To understand the miracle, you first have to understand the world in which it happened. The prophet Elisha lived and ministered during the reign of the kings of Israel, a turbulent era of divided kingdoms, shifting alliances and spiritual upheaval. Israel had long since fractured into 2 separate kingdoms following the death of Solomon. The northern kingdom, simply called Israel, had drifted far from the religious traditions of its ancestors. Idol worship was common. The prophets of God were often marginalised, persecuted or ignored. It was into this world that the great prophet Elijah had come, a man of fire and confrontation, and it was from Elijah's legacy that Elisha emerged, inheriting a double portion of his mentor's spirit after the older man was taken up to heaven in a whirlwind. Where Elijah had been dramatic, confrontational and filled with divine fire, Elisha carried something different, a quieter power, more intimate, more domestic in its expression. Elisha was the prophet who came to you. He was not the prophet who stood on mountaintops and called down rain. He was the prophet who visited your home, restored your dead child to life, purified your poisoned stew, and multiplied your oil when your creditors came knocking. Around Elisha gathered a community known as the Sons of the Prophets, a loose fellowship of men who had dedicated their lives to the prophetic tradition. Some scholars describe them as a prophetic school. Others see them as a kind of spiritual brotherhood or guild. They were not kings or priests. They were ordinary men of faith, living lives of service, study and devotion in a world that often did not make space for such things. And this community was growing. It is one of the most quietly encouraging details in all of Scripture. In a time of national spiritual decline, the community of people devoted to God was not shrinking. It was expanding. New men were coming. New hearts were turning. The fellowship that had formed around the prophetic tradition was becoming too large for its current housing. Think about what this means for a moment. When the broader culture drifts away from the sacred, there are always those who drift toward it. There are always those who feel the pull of something deeper, something more real than what the world is offering. In every dark age, there are small communities of light, not always visible, not always celebrated, who simply keep going. The Sons of the Prophets was such a community. Their current dwelling, the text does not tell us exactly where it was located, but tradition places it near Gilgal or Jericho, had become too cramped for their growing numbers. This was not a crisis. It was a blessing. They were outgrowing their walls because there were more of them now. More men had come. More lives had been given over to the prophetic calling. And so the community did what any growing group of practical, faithful people would do. They proposed a solution. They came to Elisha, their teacher, their guide, their connection to the divine, and made a simple request. "Let us go to the Jordan River," they said. "There we can cut timber. There we can build ourselves a larger place to live." The request was humble. It was reasonable. It was the kind of request that comes from people who are not waiting for God to rain furniture from the sky, but who are willing to pick up their tools and build what they need, while still seeking their teacher's blessing before they begin. Elisha's response was simple. Go. One word. Permission granted. The plan was good. The work was approved. Let us go. But then one of the men added something. A small addendum. A gentle plea. Please, he said. Please come with us. And Elisha, the prophet of Israel, the man who had parted the Jordan River, who had healed Naaman of leprosy, who had seen armies of angelic chariots surrounding the hills, this man said yes, he would go with them. Not because he was needed for the physical labour, not because he had architectural expertise, but because when his people asked him to be present, he chose presence over distance. There is something worth sitting with in that detail. The greatest among them chose to go with them. He did not remain in his quarters, elevated and separate. He walked down to the river with men who were going to sweat and blister their hands on rough wood. He was present for the ordinary work, and so the journey began. The sons of the prophets set out toward the Jordan River, their axes on their shoulders, their teacher walking among them, the morning light beginning to touch the land around them. They did not know what was about to happen. They had no reason to expect anything unusual. They were just going to do some work. Section 2. Ordinary work, the dignity of building. There is a theology of ordinary work that the modern world is always in danger of forgetting. We tend to divide life into the sacred and the secular, the moments of prayer and the moments of labour, the time in the sanctuary and the time on the job site. But the ancient world, and particularly the Hebrew tradition, did not always draw this line so sharply. Work was worship. Building was holy. The sweat of honest labour was not something that needed to be apologised for or set aside when one turned toward God. It was itself a form of devotion. Consider the men walking toward the Jordan that morning. These were not kings. They were not high priests performing elaborate sacrificial rites in the temple. They were men with calloused hands and worn sandals, men who had given their lives to the prophetic tradition, not because it was glamorous or profitable, but because they believed in something that could not be bought or sold. And now they were going to cut wood. The Jordan River Valley was, in ancient times, a place of remarkable ecological abundance. The riverbanks were lined with dense vegetation, tamarisk trees, willows, reeds, and thickets of thorny undergrowth. Further back, the hills and plains surrounding the valley held timber that could be harvested for construction. It was a practical choice for a building project. The river provided both the timber resource and a natural boundary that gave the location a sense of definition. We can imagine the scene with some vividness. The morning air along the Jordan would have been cool and damp, carrying the smell of water and wet earth. The sounds would have been the sounds of nature, birds calling from the reeds, water moving over stones, the distant bleating of animals in the hills, and then the sounds of men at work, the dull, rhythmic thudding of axes against wood, the crack and crash of timber falling, the grunting effort of men lifting and hauling, the murmur of voices, conversation, perhaps laughter in the morning light. There is something profoundly human about this scene. It is the sound of community. It is the sound of people building something together, not for themselves alone, but for the group, for the fellowship, for the generations that would come after them and need a place to gather. Each man had his own section of work. Each man had taken his axe and moved to his chosen tree. The work had spread out along the riverbank, the sound of chopping rising and falling from different points in the tree line. And Elisha was there among them. The scripture is quiet about exactly what he was doing in these moments. Perhaps he was overseeing the work, moving from man to man with guidance or encouragement. Perhaps he was simply present, a witness, a companion, a source of calm authority that made the work feel less like labour and more like purpose. The sons of the prophets worked in the way that faithful people have always worked, with their bodies engaged and their hearts somewhere deeper. This was not mindless toil. This was intentional building. Every swing of the axe was a contribution to something larger than the moment, a future dwelling where men would continue to gather, study, pray, and carry forward the flame of prophetic faith. For a while, everything was ordinary. Everything was good. The timber was coming down. The work was progressing. The morning was passing in the way that mornings of honest labour often pass. Not quickly, because the work was hard, but not slowly either, because the work had meaning. And then it happened. The smallest catastrophe you can imagine. The kind that stops everything. Section 3. The sudden crisis. Iron in dark water. One of the men was working close to the water's edge. We do not know his name. The scripture, in its characteristic economy of detail, does not tell us who he was. He was one among the company, one of the sons of the prophets, a man who had walked down to the Jordan that morning with the same sense of purpose and community that all the others carried. He raised his axe, he brought it down, and the iron head flew off the handle. In the physics of the moment, we can reconstruct what happened with some precision. Ancient axe heads were fitted onto wooden handles through a socket. The handle was inserted into a hole in the metal head. Over time, with repeated use, the wood could loosen within the socket. The repeated impact of chopping, the vibrations that travelled up and down the handle with every blow, the swelling and contracting of the wood with moisture, all of these forces conspired over time to work the handle loose. When the axe head separated, it did not just fall straight down. The momentum of the swing sent it flying in an arc, outward, over the water, and then gravity took it, and the Jordan River received it. The sound would have been brief. A single splash. The dark water closing over the iron with barely a ripple, and then silence where the tool had been. The man stood on the bank holding nothing but a handle, a stick with no head, useless in his hand. For a moment perhaps he just stared at the water. The mind in such moments sometimes goes very quiet before the panic sets in. There is a strange suspended second between the event and the full understanding of its consequences, a heartbeat where the brain has registered what happened, but the chest has not yet responded. And then the understanding arrived. The axe head had sunk. Iron does not float. In the murky, fast-moving current of the Jordan, an iron axe head would have gone straight to the riverbed and settled into the silt and stones at the bottom. There was no retrieving it through normal means. The river was not the kind of water you could simply wade into and feel around for a small piece of metal. The current was real. The depth was uncertain. The visibility in ancient riverbeds was essentially nothing. The axe head was gone. But this is where the detail that makes this story so much more than a simple accident becomes important. Because the man's first response was not just frustration or inconvenience. His first response was something far more weighted and far more revealing of his character. The axe was borrowed. In the ancient world, iron was extraordinarily valuable. We are not talking about a world where iron tools were common commodities available at any market. The Iron Age had come to Canaan, but iron objects, particularly worked iron tools like axe heads, were not cheap or easily replaced. They were expensive. They were precious. They were the kind of object that a man might own only a few of in his entire life, or might not own at all. When this man had come to join the work party at the Jordan, he had not had his own axe. Someone, another member of the community, a neighbour, a friend, had trusted him with theirs. He had accepted that trust. He had shouldered that responsibility. And he had walked down to the river carrying not just a tool but an obligation. And now the obligation was sitting at the bottom of the Jordan River. The weight of that moment would have been immense. Not just the practical weight of loss, the replacement cost of the tool, the explanation that would have to be made, the apology that would have to be offered. But the deeper weight of having failed someone who trusted you, the weight of borrowed responsibility that you could no longer fulfill. This is a weight that every human being knows. Not everyone has lost an axe head in a river, but everyone has lost something that was not entirely theirs to lose. Everyone has broken something borrowed. Everyone has failed to honour a trust that was placed in them. The man on the riverbank was not just an ancient labourer having a bad morning. He was a human being experiencing one of the most universal of human distresses, the sinking knowledge that something is lost, that the loss carries consequences beyond himself, and that he cannot fix it on his own. He cried out. Section 4, the cry for help, the theology of small prayers. The words he used are recorded in the scripture with a simplicity that makes them almost unbearably human. Alas, my master, it was borrowed. 4 words in the original Hebrew, or close to it. The exact phrasing varies slightly across translations, but the emotional content is consistent across all of them. A man crying out to the person he trusts most, not with a request for a miracle, not with a theological appeal, but with the naked admission of a problem. It was borrowed. There is no dramatic rhetorical framing here. There is no lengthy explanation. There is no attempt to minimise or deflect. The man simply named the thing that made the loss most grievous. It was not his to lose. He had been trusted with it, and now it was gone. Notice what he did not say. He did not say that the loss was unfair. He did not say that the handle was defective, or that the working conditions near the riverbank were unreasonable. He did not make excuses. He did not blame anyone else. He simply said, it was borrowed. Here is the problem. Here is why the problem matters beyond the physical loss itself. I am responsible for something I can no longer account for. There is profound spiritual depth in this small moment of honesty. The sons of the prophets were men who had devoted themselves to a life of integrity and devotion. For this man, the loss of a borrowed tool was not merely inconvenient. It was a matter of honour, of character, of keeping his word and fulfilling his obligations. The fact that the loss was accidental did not entirely remove the burden of it. He had accepted the responsibility of the borrowed tool, and now that tool was gone. His cry to Elisha is a model, in miniature, of what prayer often looks like in its most honest form. Not formal, not elaborate, not carefully constructed, just a cry. Just a voice lifted toward the one who might be able to help. Just the bare admission. Here is what happened, here is what it means, and I cannot fix it. The scripture does not tell us what expression was on Elisha's face when he heard the cry, but it tells us everything we need to know through what he did next. He did not dismiss the concern. He did not say, it is just an axe head. He did not say, we will get you another one, do not worry about it. He did not point out that the man should have been more careful, or that they could continue the work without him. He did not retreat into the kind of spiritual aloofness that might have allowed him to say, God has more important matters than your tool. Elisha turned his attention fully toward the problem. He asked a single question. Where did it fall? Section 5. The prophet's response. The geography of grace. Where did it fall? It is such a practical question. It is almost startlingly ordinary for a prophet to ask. Not. What is your faith level? Not. Have you prayed about this? Not. What does this loss signify spiritually? Just. Where did it fall? In those 3 words, Elisha communicated something extraordinary about the nature of divine care. He was not distant. He was not abstract. He was not operating in a realm of spiritual principle so elevated that the specific geography of a lost axe head was beneath his attention. He wanted to know exactly where. He wanted the coordinates of the crisis, however small. There is a remarkable pastoral wisdom in this. When someone comes to you in distress, even distress over something that might seem minor by comparison to the great troubles of the world, the first thing they need is not a sermon. It is not a theological framework. It is not a reminder that worse things have happened to other people. The first thing they need is for someone to ask, where did it fall? Where exactly is the problem? Help me understand the specific shape of what has gone wrong. Elisha was doing what the best pastors, the best friends, the best leaders always do. He was locating the problem before attempting to address it. He was paying attention. He was taking the man's distress seriously enough to want to understand its precise nature. The man showed him the place. Perhaps he pointed at the water. Perhaps he walked Elisha to the spot on the bank where he had been working. where the axe head had left his hands in that disastrous arc. Perhaps he said, "Right there, just past that bend, near those reeds." And Elisha looked at the water. We do not know what passed through Elisha's mind in that moment. The scripture does not give us access to his inner experience. But we know what he did next. He cut off a stick, just a stick, a branch of wood, the same material he was surrounded by, the same raw material that the sons of the prophets had been gathering all morning for their building project. He did not call for sacred objects or special instruments. He did not perform elaborate ritual preparations. He did not even appear to pray out loud, at least not in any way the scripture records. He cut a stick, and he threw it into the water. In that moment, Elisha was operating at the intersection of the physical and the divine, using the simplest possible material action as the point of contact for something that transcended physics entirely. The stick was not magic. Wood does not make iron float. But the act of throwing the stick was an act of prophetic intention, a declaration made in the physical language of the material world that something was about to be different. And then the iron floated. Section 6. The miracle. Iron upon the surface. Let us sit with the strangeness of this for a moment. Iron does not float. This is not a matter of ancient misunderstanding or pre-scientific confusion. The people of the ancient Near East understood perfectly well that iron sinks in water. They worked with iron, they forged it, they traded it. They knew its properties with the intimate familiarity that comes from daily practical use. When the scripture records this event, it is not recording something that the original audience might have thought was merely unusual or somewhat unlikely. It is recording something they would have immediately understood as impossible. The density of iron is approximately 7.87 grams per cubic centimetre. The density of water is 1 gram per cubic centimetre. This means iron is nearly 8 times denser than water. Without some form of external force, buoyancy created by hollow construction, or deliberate engineering to capture air, a piece of solid iron will always sink. This is not a close call. This is not a borderline case where the right conditions might make it work. Iron sinks, period. And yet the iron floated. The scripture uses a simple verb. It rose, or it came to the surface. The Hebrew is terse and factual, as if the writer is not trying to dramatize the event but simply report it accurately. The iron rose to the surface of the water. This is the character of miracles as they are often recorded in scripture, particularly in the Elisha narratives. They are not described with breathless amazement. They are reported as facts. Here is what happened. The axe head floated. Record it and move on. There is something almost more unsettling about that restraint than dramatic description would be. It suggests that for those who lived in close proximity to the divine presence, for Elisha, who walked in the power of the Spirit daily, the suspension of natural law was not something to be gawked at or endlessly analysed. It was simply what happened when God chose to intervene. It was reality, just reality of a different order. But for the man standing on the bank, for the man who had cried out in his distress, the man who had said it was borrowed, the sight of that iron head rising through the water must have been something he never forgot for the rest of his life. There is a particular quality to the restoration of something that you had given up as permanently lost. If you have ever believed something was gone forever, a relationship, a hope, a possession of great significance, and then seen it return to you through means you cannot explain, you understand something of what that man must have felt standing at the edge of the Jordan. The thing he thought was gone forever was coming back to him. The water was giving it up. The river which had swallowed the tool with such finality was now releasing it. The surface of the Jordan broke around the iron head as it rose, and there it was, wet, dark, gleaming in the morning light, floating as calmly as if it had never sunk at all. No crowd had gathered to witness it. No trumpets announced it. No herald went out to tell the kings of Israel what had happened on the riverbank that morning. The sons of the prophets were close by, but the scripture suggests the moment was intimate. Elisha the man, and the water between them. Miracles in the Elisha stories have this quality again and again. They happen at close range. They happen between specific people in specific moments of specific need. They're not the kind of miracles that require an audience. They are the kind that happen because God noticed someone's distress, and God cared. Elisha looked at the floating iron head, and then he said to the man the simplest possible thing, "Reach out your hand and take it." And the man reached out, and he took it from the water, and the axe head was his again, or rather, was the rightful owner's again, in his hands, his obligation restored, his borrowed debt discharged, and the work resumed, just like that. Section 7. Restoration. The weight returned. Notice the final movement of the miracle. Elisha did not pick up the axe head himself. He did not have it brought to him so that he could present it ceremonially to the man. He did not make the restoration a moment of prophetic theatre. He told the man to take it. This is a detail that deserves careful attention, because it is deeply consistent with a pattern that runs through the Elisha narratives and through the broader biblical understanding of what miracles are for. The miracle did not replace the man's agency. It restored the conditions necessary for his agency to function. It brought the axe head back to where he could reach it, and then left the reaching to him. The man had to stretch out his hand. He had to make that final motion. He had to participate in his own restoration. There is a theology here about the nature of divine help that is subtle but important. God does not typically do for us what we can do for ourselves once the impossible obstacle has been removed. The sea parts, but the Israelites still have to walk through it. The water turns to wine, but the servants still have to fill the jars. The bread multiplies, but the disciples still have to distribute it. The miracle creates the possibility. The human act completes it. When the man's hand closed around the wet iron of the axe head, something more than a tool was returned to him. His standing was restored. The weight of his borrowed obligation, the weight he had been carrying from the moment of the loss, the weight that had driven him to cry out, was lifted. He could now return what had been lent to him. He could now look the man who had trusted him in the eye and say, "Here is your axe, whole and unharmed." The honour he thought was lost had come back to him through water, and now the work could resume. The axe head was refitted to its handle. We can imagine the simple practical actions that followed: drying the iron, reseating it on the wood, testing the weight of it. And then the sound of chopping began again, the rhythm of work restored, the building project continuing as if the interruption had been nothing more than a brief pause. But it had not been nothing. Something had happened here that would be remembered. Something had happened that would be recorded in Scripture and read by human beings more than 2,000 years later, in a world that would have seemed utterly fantastical to the men on the bank of the Jordan that morning. Why? Why was this small story worth preserving? Why, out of the countless events of Elisha's ministry, did this particular moment find its way into the canon of sacred scripture alongside the great dramas of kings and nations? Perhaps because it tells us something that the great dramas cannot tell us. Perhaps because it answers a question that matters to ordinary people more than any question about kings. Does God notice small things? Does God care about borrowed tools and personal shame and the quiet distress of unremarkable people doing unremarkable work on an unremarkable morning? The answer, written in the record of the floating axe head, is yes. Yes, he does. Section 8. Deeper spiritual meaning, the archaeology of the ordinary. To fully understand what this story meant and means, we need to set it in its broader theological context. The Elisha narratives in the Book of 2 Kings are a remarkable collection of stories that share a distinctive character. They are not primarily about national politics, though politics forms the backdrop. They are not primarily about grand theological pronouncements or dramatic confrontations with idolatry, though those elements appear as well. They are primarily about ordinary people in ordinary circumstances encountering the extraordinary care of God. the widow whose oil kept multiplying until she had enough to pay her debts and save her sons from slavery, the Shunammite woman whose dead child was restored to life, the servants whose poisoned stew was made safe to eat, the 100 men fed from a small provision of bread that was more than enough, the Syrian general Naaman, whose pride had to be broken before his leprosy could be healed, and the man whose borrowed axe head sank in the Jordan. What all of these stories share is a theological insistence. God's power and God's attention are not reserved for kings and generals and national crises. They extend downward, or perhaps more accurately they extend outward, into the texture of ordinary human life, into debt, into grief, into hunger, into sickness, into the very specific, very personal distress of a man standing on a riverbank holding a useless stick. The borrowed axe head is particularly rich as a symbol precisely because it combines two things that human beings universally experience: the weight of obligation to others and the helplessness of certain kinds of loss. Borrowed things carry a special kind of anxiety. When something belongs to you, its loss is painful, but it is your pain. When something belongs to someone else, its loss is both your pain and your shame. You feel the weight of the other person's trust, the memory of their generosity and lending, the knowledge that your carelessness, however involuntary, has cost them something. This is also, the theologians have noted, a picture of the human situation in a broader sense. We live in a world that has been lent to us. The bodies we inhabit, the gifts and abilities we carry, the time we have been given, none of it is ultimately ours. We are stewards of borrowed things, and the awareness of that can produce in sensitive souls a particular kind of existential anxiety. What if I cannot return what I have been given? What if I lose what was trusted to me? The floating axe head says, even that kind of loss is not beyond recovery. Even the thing that sank, the thing that seemed irretrievably gone into darkness and depth, can be raised, can be restored, can be placed back in your hands. This is why the story has resonated across so many centuries and so many cultures. It is not about axes. It is about the human terror of irreversible loss and the divine insistence that very little is truly irreversible when God chooses to intervene. Iron floats when God says so. The laws of physics yield to the God who made them. The bottom of the river is not the final word on what is lost, and the miracle came quietly. It came through a simple act, a stick thrown into water, rather than through fire or voice or vision. This too is part of the theological message. Divine power does not always announce itself. It does not always arrive with the fanfare that our dramatic imaginations expect. Sometimes it arrives as a quiet impossibility, something rising to the surface that should have stayed at the bottom, and sometimes the only ones who see it are the ones who needed it most. There is grace in that smallness. There is intimacy in a miracle that happens without a crowd. It is as if God, in arranging this particular act of restoration, was saying something not just to the man on the bank, but to every person who would ever read the account. I see you. I see the small thing you have lost. I see the borrowed burden you're carrying, and I am not too large or too important to throw a stick into your river. The theology of small miracles is in some ways more radical than the theology of large ones. A God who parts the Red Sea is impressive. A God who cares about a borrowed axe head is intimate. An intimacy, for human beings who live in the daily texture of small losses and quiet distresses, is perhaps the more sustaining revelation. We can admire a God who moves mountains. We can rest in a God who notices when our tools fall into the water. Section 9. Themes for reflection. What the river teaches. As we move toward the closing of this account, it is worth drawing out the threads of meaning that this ancient story offers to those who sit with it. The first thread is the theology of divine attention, one of the most ancient of human fears, perhaps the oldest of them, older even than the fear of death, is the fear of not being seen, the fear that one's distress does not register, the fear that one's loss does not matter, the fear that in the vast machinery of the universe, Whatever powers govern it are simply too large, too abstract, too removed from the granular reality of individual human experience to notice a single man standing on a single bank holding a single stick. The floating axe head says, "You are seen. Your distress registers. Your borrowed burden matters. The God who manages the movements of galaxies has not lost track of the geography of your grief. This is not a sentimental claim. It is not a comforting myth invented to make people feel better. It is, within the tradition that preserved this story, a reported fact. Elisha asked where the axe head fell. He cared about the specific location. He acted to restore it. And the God whose power Elisha channeled that morning cared about a single piece of iron at the bottom of a river. The second thread is the permanence, or rather, the impermanence of certain kinds of loss. We live in a world that constantly teaches us that some things once lost are gone forever. And this is often true. The laws of entropy are real. Death is real. The passage of time is real. We cannot always recover what we have lost, and wisdom often includes learning to accept that reality. But the floating axe head introduces a counterpoint. Not all sinking is final. Not every loss that feels irreversible actually is. Sometimes the thing you have written off as gone is simply below the surface, waiting for the right moment, the right intervention, the right act of faith that reaches down into the dark water and brings it back. This does not mean that faith is a guarantee of recovery. The scripture is full of losses that were not reversed, griefs that were not resolved, prayers that received answers different from what was asked. The floating axe head is not a promise that everything lost will be found. It is a testimony that some things will be, and that the one who decides which things are possible is not indifferent to our need. The third thread is the simplicity of divine instruments. A stick thrown into water, not a sacred object, not a ritual implement of temple worship, not even, apparently, a spoken prayer that we can record. Just a stick, just a piece of the same material that the men had been cutting all morning, just an ordinary thing used as the instrument of an extraordinary moment. This is deeply consistent with the pattern of divine action across Scripture. The rod that parted the Red Sea was a shepherd's walking stick. The stone that killed Goliath was a river pebble. The vessel that held the oil that multiplied was an ordinary clay jar. The means by which God acts are almost never impressive in themselves. Their significance is entirely in what God does through them. This means that faith does not require sacred technology. It does not require access to special materials or privileged instruments. It requires only the willingness to use what is at hand, to throw the stick you have into the water that stands between you and what is lost, and then to watch what happens. The fourth thread is the role of community in ordinary faith. The man on the bank did not struggle alone. He cried out to his teacher. He showed Elisha where the axe head had fallen. He participated in the process of his own recovery by receiving direction and following it. And the restoration took place within the context of a community gathered for a common purpose. Faith is rarely most alive in isolation. It is most alive when it is practiced among people who share a common commitment, when there is an Elisha present to ask where it fell, when there is a fellowship around you that makes the work worth doing in the first place. The fifth and perhaps deepest thread is the sanctity of the ordinary moment. The floating axe head did not happen in a temple. It did not happen during a festival or a sacred ceremony. It happened during a work day. It happened between swings of an axe, in the middle of a construction project, at a moment when everyone's attention was on the very practical task of getting lumber to where it needed to be. The sacred, this story insists, is not confined to sacred spaces or sacred occasions. It can break through at any moment, at any ordinary Tuesday on the banks of any ordinary river, in the middle of any ordinary work that faithful hands have taken up. God is not waiting for you to get to church before he cares about what you lost. He cares about it right where you're standing, at the river's edge, holding a useless handle, wondering how you're going to explain what happened. That is where miracles happen. Not only in temples, not only in crises of national proportion, also in the middle of the work, also at the water's edge, Also in the moment when a borrowed thing sinks, and you cry out, and someone asks, where did it fall? Section 10. Historical context. Iron in the ancient world. To fully appreciate the weight, in every sense of that word, of the lost axe head, we need to step back briefly into the material history of the ancient Near East. Iron metallurgy arrived in Canaan and the surrounding regions during the Iron Age, which historians generally date from approximately 1200 BCE onward. But the spread of iron technology was not uniform or immediate. For centuries after iron first appeared in the region, it remained a relatively rare and expensive material. Bronze, an alloy of copper and tin, continued to be the dominant material for tools and weapons in many areas, well into the period covered by the Elisha narratives. Iron tools were superior to bronze in many respects. They held an edge better, they were harder, and the raw materials for iron production were more widely available than the tin required for bronze alloys. But the process of smelting iron, the art of reducing iron ore to workable metal through high-temperature reduction, was complex and required skilled practitioners. An iron tool was not the product of a simple process. It was the product of considerable technical knowledge and labour. This means that in the period when Elisha lived, roughly the 9th century BCE, an iron axe head was a genuinely valuable object. Not merely in the way that all tools are valuable because they enable work, but in the way that a well-crafted, expensive piece of equipment is valuable. It was the kind of thing that a man might not be able to easily replace. It was the kind of thing whose loss would have real, material consequences. The scholars who have studied the social economics of the ancient Near East have also noted that the mention of the tool being borrowed is significant not only emotionally but legally. In the ancient Israelite legal tradition, which the sons of the prophets would have known well, the laws governing borrowed objects were detailed and specific. The book of Exodus, chapter 22, outlines the legal obligations of a person who borrows an animal or object from a neighbour. If it is injured or lost, the borrower is liable for its replacement unless it happened in the presence of the owner, in which case the responsibility is shared. The man who lost the axe head knew this legal framework. When he cried out, it was not just an emotional response to a frustrating accident. It was the cry of a man who understood that he stood at a specific legal and moral disadvantage, that the loss was, by the standards of his community, his responsibility to make right. He could not make it right. That was the nature of the crisis. Not just that the tool was gone, but that the obligation it represented was now impossible to fulfill without external help. And this is another reason the story resonates so deeply across the centuries. It speaks to the experience of being unable to fulfill a legitimate obligation, not through negligence or dishonesty or moral failure, but through the simple, awful randomness of an accident that could have happened to anyone. The handle worked loose, the iron flew free, the river took it. None of these things were the man's fault, and yet he stood responsible. The miracle did not just restore a tool, it restored his ability to be the kind of person he wanted to be. A man who honoured his obligations, who kept his word, who returned what he had borrowed. It gave back not just the axe head, but the condition of his integrity. When we read this story through the lens of its historical and material context, the gift of the miracle becomes even more specific and even more tender. God did not just help this man with an inconvenience. God restored his honour. Section 11. The Elisha pattern. A prophet who came close. Throughout the narratives of 2 Kings, Elisha is portrayed with remarkable consistency as a prophet who worked at close range. His predecessor Elijah had been a figure of immense spiritual drama, a man who confronted 450 prophets of Baal on Mount Carmel, who outran a royal chariot in the rain, who heard the still small voice of God in a cave after fleeing for his life. Elijah was, in many ways, a larger-than-life figure. His ministry was defined by great public confrontations and great personal crises. Elisha inherited Elijah's mantle, literally as the story goes, catching it as it fell when Elijah was taken up in the whirlwind. But he wore it differently. Elisha's ministry is characterised not by mountaintop drama but by kitchen table care. He operated in the intimate spaces of ordinary life, in widows' homes, in commanders' bathhouses, at meal tables, on building sites. He asked, "Where does the axe head fall?" He asked the widow, "What do you have in your house?" He asked the servant, "What is wrong with the stew?" He asked the Shunammite woman, through Gehazi, his servant, "Is it well with you? Is it well with your husband? Is it well with the child?" These are not the questions of a prophet positioning himself above the human condition. These are the questions of a man who leaned in, who came close, who considered it entirely within the scope of his calling to sit with a grieving mother or stand on a riverbank with a troubled workman. This quality of proximity, of deliberate closeness to ordinary human need, is part of what makes the Elisha story so compelling as portraits of what divine care can look like when it is mediated through a human being who has genuinely surrendered themselves to it. Elisha did not need to come to the Jordan. He could have sent the sons of the prophets with his blessing and stayed behind in whatever town he was working from. The building project was their project. They had asked his permission and received it. That could have been the end of his involvement, but one of them had asked him to come, and he came, and because he came, he was there when the axe head fell. He was there to hear the cry. He was there to ask the question. He was there to throw the stick. The presence of the prophet at the work site was not incidental to the miracle. It was the condition that made the miracle available, not because God could not have acted otherwise, but because the man knew where to turn in his distress precisely because the person he trusted was standing right there. This is a profound pastoral truth that has application far beyond the ancient world. Being present when things are ordinary makes you trustworthy when things go wrong. Elisha had earned the right to be cried out to by showing up for the ordinary work. He had not kept himself elevated and separate, available only for crises of sufficient magnitude. He was there, on the muddy riverbank among the sweating workers in the unremarkable morning. And so, when the unremarkable morning became remarkable, there was someone to hear the cry. The sons of the prophets who saw the axe head float that day carried the memory of it with them for the rest of their lives. Not as a miracle that had happened at a distance, in another time and place, that they had heard about second-hand, but as something they had witnessed with their own eyes, at close range, on an ordinary morning when they had expected nothing more extraordinary than a pile of timber and a tired sunset. The miracles we witness in proximity to us, the ones that happen within the circle of our ordinary life, have a different quality than the ones we hear about. They're harder to explain away. They're easier to believe in again, later, when we need to. Section 12. Across the centuries, how this story has been received. The story of the floating axe head has been read and interpreted by communities of faith across more than 2.5 millennia. In the Jewish tradition, the Elisha narratives are part of the Deuteronomistic history, the great literary and theological project that encompasses the books from Deuteronomy through 2 Kings, tracing the story of Israel from the giving of the law through the catastrophe of the Babylonian exile. Within this tradition, the Elisha stories are often read as testimonies to God's faithfulness in the midst of Israel's unfaithfulness, signs that the God who made covenant with this people had not abandoned them even when their kings had. The floating axe head, in this context, is more than a story about a borrowed tool. It is a testimony that divine care persisted in the personal and domestic, even while the public and national story was moving toward tragedy. The kings of Israel were failing. The national covenant was being broken. And yet, on a riverbank on an ordinary morning, a man cried out about a borrowed axe and God answered. In the early Christian tradition, the Elisha narratives were read through the lens of typology, the interpretive practice of seeing events in the Hebrew scriptures as foreshadowing or prefiguring themes and events in the life of Jesus. The church fathers who engaged this text saw in the floating axe head a symbol of resurrection, the raising of something heavy and dead from the depths, and in Elisha's thrown stick a prefiguring of the cross, through which what was lost would be restored. Whether or not one accepts this typological reading, it reflects something important about why the story has endured. It speaks to universal human experiences in a way that allows it to be received as meaningful across radically different theological and cultural contexts. Medieval Christian interpreters also dwelt on the significance of the borrowed axe head as a symbol of the human soul, borrowed from God, entrusted to us for the span of our lives, and liable to be lost through sin or accident or the wear of ordinary existence. The miracle of the floating axe head became, in this reading, a picture of divine mercy, restoring to human beings what they had lost through their own failure to maintain what was entrusted to them. In more recent centuries, African Christian theological tradition has found particular resonance with the Elisha narratives, and specifically with the stories of ordinary people, widows, servants, common labourers, encountering divine power in the midst of their daily distress. In contexts where poverty and material insecurity are genuine and daily realities, the story of a borrowed tool and its miraculous recovery speaks with a directness and an urgency that can sometimes be lost when the story is read from the comfort of material security. For believers in the global south, for communities that know what it means to borrow, because you cannot afford to own, to worry about the loss of something you cannot replace, to live under the weight of obligations you're not sure you can fulfill. The floating axe head is not a charming ancient curiosity. It is a living word, and in the contemplative Christian traditions, among monks and mystics and those who have dedicated themselves to the life of prayer, the story of the floating axe head has been read as a teaching on the nature of prayer itself. The man did not organise a formal petitioning assembly. He did not prepare a carefully worded theological argument. He simply told his teacher what had happened and why it mattered, and that was enough. The contemplative tradition sees in this a model of what prayer in daily life looks like. Not always formal, not always elaborate, but always honest. Always naming the specific thing that has been lost. Always bringing the particular weight of the particular moment to the one who can be trusted with it. Across all of these traditions, across all of these centuries, the small story on the banks of the Jordan continues to do what small stories do best. It keeps speaking to the people who need it most, in the language they can most understand. Closing reflection. The river remembers. The Jordan River is still there. It is smaller now than it was in ancient times. Significantly smaller, actually, drawn down by the agricultural and industrial demands of a region that has changed almost beyond recognition from the world of the sons of the prophets. The dense thickets along its banks have been thinned. The birds that nested there in ancient mornings have changed. The people who live beside it speak in different tongues, and worship in different ways, and carry the weight of a different set of histories. But the river is still there, and somewhere beneath its surface, in the silt and stone at the bottom, there is the record of everything it has ever received. The debris of 100 civilizations, the sediment of millennia, the accumulated weight of all the things that have ever sunk in its current. And at least once, if we believe the account, the river gave something back. One borrowed thing, one piece of iron, one small act of restoration on an ordinary morning. As you lie in the quiet of this moment, as the sounds of your day recede and the edges of things begin to soften into sleep, consider the weight you're carrying tonight. Maybe it is something borrowed, a trust given to you that you're not sure you can fulfill, a responsibility that felt manageable when you accepted it, and now feels heavier than you expected, an obligation to someone who has been patient with you, but whose patience you worry may be running thin. Maybe it's something lost, a thing, a relationship, a version of yourself that you thought you were building, but that seems to have slipped beneath the surface. Something you grieve quietly, in moments like this one, when the noise has stopped and the truth of what is missing makes itself felt. Maybe it is simply tiredness, the bone-deep weariness of trying to do good work in a world that is harder than it should be, of showing up day after day to the river's edge with your tools and your hope and your borrowed obligations, doing the best you can. The sons of the prophets were tired men too. They were ordinary people doing ordinary work, building something that mattered in a world that was not always kind to what mattered. They had walked a long way to get to the river. They had picked up their axes and begun the work that needed doing, even though they were not sure how it would turn out. And when one of them lost something he could not afford to lose, he cried out. Not in a grand theological declaration, not in a formal petition, just a cry. Just the truth, spoken plainly to someone who could be trusted with it. And the river gave it back. Whatever sinks in your life tonight, whatever weight has gone below the surface and seems lost to the dark water, belongs to a God who knows where it fell. Who asks that question? Who cares about the specific geography of your grief, the precise location of your loss? And who, in the right moment, in the quiet way that is always more surprising than the dramatic way, may reach down with the simplest of instruments and bring it back to where you can reach it. You do not have to do anything tonight except rest. The river is not your responsibility to drain or to search. You're not required to solve what you have lost in order to be held by the one who knows it is missing. Alicia asked, "Where did it fall?" He already knew the answer before the question finished crossing the air. He was asking so that the man could say it out loud, so that the specific shape of the loss could be named and witnessed and brought into the light where it could be addressed. Where did it fall? What have you lost that was borrowed? What sank before you could catch it? Name it quietly, in the space inside you where no one else goes. Name it to the one who is already listening, and then rest. The stick has been thrown into the water. The iron will find the surface. Sleep now. The river knows its business, and you are known. If this story moved something in you, if you felt the weight of a borrowed thing and the quiet hope of restoration, share that with someone tomorrow. Leave a review on Spotify. Drop a hype point in the comments. Tell us your city and your time zone. It means more than you know to understand how far the sound of this reaches. We will be here tomorrow night with another story from the edge of history and the edge of sleep. Rest well, rest deep. The night is long and you are held. There is a city that has carried the weight of the world on its stones for thousands of years. A city where prophets have wept in its streets, where kings have built their thrones upon its hills, where the smoke of ancient offerings once curled upward into a sky that felt close enough to touch. Jerusalem. Even the name carries something, a gravity, a sense that when you speak it, you are touching something older than memory itself. Tonight, we return to that city. We return to a particular afternoon during a particular feast, when the streets were thick with pilgrims and the air smelled of dust and lamb, and the faint sweetness of cedar wood. We return to a story that begins not in a palace, not in a place of power, but beside a pool of still water, surrounded by the people the world had given up on. This is the story of a man who waited 38 years. It is the story of a question that cut through every excuse he had ever prepared, and it is the story of 3 words spoken to a body that had forgotten how to obey. Let us go there now. Let us walk the old stones of Jerusalem together, in the fading warmth of a festival afternoon, and find the pool called Bethesda, and the man who had made it his entire world. The great feasts of Israel were unlike anything in the ancient world. Scholars and historians have tried for centuries to capture in language what it meant for the Jewish people to converge upon Jerusalem at appointed times. The Feast of Passover, the Feast of Tabernacles, the Feast of Weeks. These were not merely religious observances in the modern sense of the word. They were national migrations. They were communal acts of memory. When the feast days approached, families who had lived scattered across Judea, Galilee, the Decapolis, and the regions beyond would pack what they could carry and begin walking. Some came from days away. Some had travelled their entire lives to stand inside the temple courts at least once before they died. The roads leading to Jerusalem during festival season would be thick with caravans, with laughter, with the sound of children running ahead of their parents through the dust, with the low conversation of old men who had made this walk before and knew every stone along the way. The city itself transformed during the feasts. The population swelled beyond what its walls were built to hold. Every courtyard became a guest chamber. Every rooftop hosted sleeping travellers beneath the open stars. The markets ran from before dawn until the last lamp burned out. The temple, that enormous gleaming complex of white stone and gold leaf that sat upon the elevated platform of Mount Moriah, became the centre of everything. The sound of the shofar echoed across the surrounding hills. The smell of sacrifice drifted over the city like something ancient and unrelenting. And yet, within that vast and beautiful complexity, there were corners of Jerusalem that the festival season did not transform into something bright. There were places where the joy of the gathered crowds did not quite reach. Places where the sick and the abandoned waited in a silence that the trumpet blast could not fill. One of those places was just inside the city walls, near what was known as the Sheep Gate, the gate through which animals were brought into the city for use in temple sacrifices. It was not a glamorous location. The northern edge of the Temple Mount was a place of practical business, of commerce, of the daily grinding work of religious obligation. And near this gate there was a pool with 5 covered colonnades, 5 roofed porches that stretched around its edges, providing shade and shelter from the sun and the occasional rain. The pool was called Bethesda, which in Aramaic carried meaning that felt almost too perfect for the place. Some scholars translate it as House of Mercy, others as House of Outpouring. Either translation fits. Because what gathered beneath those 5 porticos was a population that had come in search of exactly those things. Mercy, an outpouring. Something from somewhere that could do what no physician, no family member, no amount of praying alone at night had managed to accomplish. Beneath the covered colonnades of Bethesda lay the blind, their eyes sealed shut by cataracts or disease, or the accidents of a world that did not always protect the fragile. They sat with their hands open in their laps, navigating the world entirely by sound, the slap of sandals on the wet stone, the conversation of strangers, the distant trumpet calls from the temple that told them what hour of the day it was. There were the lame, people whose legs had failed them through injury or illness, or the slow collapse of bones that had simply decided they would carry the weight no further. Some had crutches fashioned from branches. Some had learned to drag themselves along the stone floors with their arms. Some were carried by family members who came each morning and returned each evening and had organised their entire lives around the logistics of that journey. And there were those the ancient text described simply as paralysed, people for whom whole sections of their bodies had gone silent, unresponsive, as though the connection between thought and motion had simply been cut, and no one had found a way to restore it. They waited beneath those 5 porticos because of a belief, a tradition, perhaps ancient, perhaps newer than it sounded, but deeply held, that on certain unpredictable occasions an angel would descend and stir the waters of the pool, and when the waters moved, the first person who managed to enter the pool would be healed. Whatever their affliction was, whatever had brought them to this place of last resort, it would be undone by those stirred waters. Think about what that means. Think about what that tradition did to the people gathered there. It created a community organised entirely around a moment of uncertain timing. No one knew when the waters would move. No one could predict which morning or which afternoon the surface of that pool would suddenly begin to ripple from somewhere beneath. So they stayed. They waited. Day after day, season after season, some of them for years, always watching the surface of the water, always listening for the murmur that would signal it was happening, always bracing to move as fast as their broken bodies could manage toward the edge. And therein lay the particular cruelty of the arrangement for so many of them. The healing, if it came, went to the first person who reached the water. The sick competed against each other. The man with no use of his legs watched men who were merely blind scramble past him. The woman whose paralysis allowed her to move one arm watched others drag themselves forward on 2. The race to healing was rigged against the most severely afflicted. The ones who needed the water most were, by the nature of their need, the least likely to reach it first. It was a place of extraordinary hope and extraordinary heartbreak, existing in the same square footage of stone and water and shade. A place where mercy was promised, but access to it was governed by a rule that rewarded the least sick, where the presence of healing made the waiting more acute, not less. Because at Bethesda, you were never simply in despair. You were always in despair while hope was just across the courtyard, shimmering on the surface of that pool. Among the many bodies lying beneath those covered colonnades, there was one man. The Gospel of John does not give us his name, and this omission feels significant, not careless, but intentional. He is not named because he is, in some sense, meant to stand for something larger than a single biography. He is the man, the one whose story the text has chosen to follow through this particular afternoon. And the detail that John's Gospel offers about him first is not the nature of his condition, but its duration. He had been ill for 38 years. 38 years. Say that slowly. Let it rest in the mind for a moment. 38 years is not a stretch of time that fits neatly into the imagination. It is the length of a career. It is the span from birth to the edge of middle age. It is long enough to watch children grow into adults, to watch parents grow old and die, to watch fashions change and political regimes shift, and the faces in the marketplace turn over entirely. Twice, perhaps 3 times. 38 years is long enough that the life you were living before the affliction began starts to feel like something that happened to a different person. The memory of walking, of moving without effort, of simply rising from a sleeping mat and standing upright and going wherever your feet chose to take you. After 38 years, that memory has become almost mythological. Something from before the world was this way. We do not know how this man came to be at the pool of Bethesda. We do not know if he arrived a month after his illness began, full of desperate hope, or if he spent decades searching elsewhere first, and arrived at the pool only when every other option had been exhausted. We do not know if he had family, people who brought him food and water and news of the outside world, or whether he had been abandoned to the routine charity of strangers. We do not know if he had ever been close to healing, had ever felt himself poised at the edge of a stirred pool with a clear path forward, only to be outpaced at the last moment. The text does not tell us these things. What the text tells us is this: he was there. He had been there long enough that Jesus, who had apparently been watching this man, or who knew this man's situation through means the Gospel does not pause to explain, knew about the 38 years. And the text tells us one other thing. Jesus asked him a question before doing anything else. Picture the afternoon, the festival crowds moving through the streets just beyond the walls of this place, the sound of the city drifting in over the colonnades, voices calling out, the distant lowing of animals, the sandaled footsteps of 10,000 pilgrims. And here inside the pool complex, the familiar low atmosphere of the chronically ill. People lying on their mats, adjusting their positions against the discomfort of the stone, dozing in the warmth, watching each other with the dull familiarity of long acquaintance. The pool itself sitting in the centre, its surface still and dark in the shade of the afternoon. Jesus moves through this space. John's Gospel tells us with striking matter-of-factness that Jesus saw this man lying there and knew he had been in this condition for a long time. What is remarkable about that sentence is what it implies. There were many people at Bethesda that day, many blind, many lame, many paralysed. The full range of human bodily failure was present beneath those porticos, and Jesus knew this. He saw all of it, but his attention came to rest on this particular man, not because this man was the loudest or the most dramatic in his suffering, or because he had found some way to attract attention. The text gives no indication that this man had singled himself out in any way. Jesus simply saw him, simply turned his attention, in a crowd of suffering, to one face, one body, one 38-year history. There is something here that deserves to be held carefully, because it speaks to something the rest of this story will only deepen. The Pool of Bethesda was a place where healing was structured as a competition, where the measure of who deserved it first was speed, physical capability, proximity to the edge. Jesus enters this space and immediately reverses the logic. He does not go to whoever is closest to the water. He does not seek out the person most likely to reach the pool. He seeks out the one who has been there the longest, the one who has demonstrably, repeatedly, failed to win the race that the pool requires, the one who, by the pool's own rules, should be last. And then he asks the question, do you want to be made well? It is easy, at first glance, to read that question as strange, even slightly cruel. Of course the man wants to be made well. He has been lying beside a healing pool for some portion of 38 years. Why would Jesus need to ask? What is the point of the question? But the more you sit with it, the more the question opens up. Because what Jesus is asking is not quite as simple as whether the man wants his legs to work. He is asking something that cuts beneath the surface of physical desire into something older and murkier, something that long-suffering does to a person's inner architecture, to the way they understand themselves and the world and what is possible within it. 38 years of disability is 38 years of building a life around a limitation, a life in which the limitation is not the exception, but the foundation. You learn, over that span of time, not just how to manage your condition, but how to think of yourself in relation to it. Your identity becomes inseparable from what you cannot do. Your days are structured around what your body will not allow. Your relationships, your expectations, your private interior conversations about the future, all of it is shaped by the fact of the limitation. The limitation is not something that happened to you and then stood apart from you. After 38 years, the limitation is you, in some very real psychological sense. And so when someone appears and asks, not how you are managing, not what you need today, not whether you have eaten, or whether your mat is dry, but do you want to be made well? They are asking something more destabilizing than it sounds. They are asking whether you are prepared for the life that would exist on the other side of what you have always known. Whether you want not just the healing, but everything healing would unmake about the self you have built inside this limitation. There is also the matter of disappointment. 38 years beside a pool that has never moved for you, or if it has moved never moved in your direction, has never resulted in you being the one who made it to the edge in time, is 38 years of daily hope followed by daily failure. The kind of repeated disappointment that does not simply accumulate but compounds, each new day adding its weight to the structure of all previous days until the structure becomes something you live inside rather than something you carry. Hope, after that many years, can become genuinely dangerous. To hope again, really hope, the kind of open and unprotected hope that vulnerability requires, is to risk adding one more layer to a structure that is already almost too heavy to bear. Jesus, who appears throughout the Gospels to understand the inner life of the people he encounters with an accuracy that goes far beyond ordinary perception, asks this question, not because he does not know the answer, but because the answer matters, because the act of saying it, of speaking it aloud, of bringing it up from wherever it has been buried under 38 years of waiting, is itself part of what needs to happen before anything else can. And the man answers, not with a simple yes, not with weeping or desperation or some dramatic declaration of faith. He answers the way someone answers when they have explained this particular situation many times before, and have long since abandoned any expectation that explaining it will change anything. He says, "Sir, I have no one to put me into the pool when the water is stirred up, and while I am going, another steps down before me." This is a profoundly human answer. It is not an answer to the question that was asked. Jesus asked if he wanted to be made well. The man answers by describing the logistical problem that has prevented him from reaching the water. It is the answer of someone who has spent so much time thinking about the mechanism of potential healing, the pool, the timing, the scramble to the edge, that the deeper question has become almost impossible to hear. It is the answer of someone who has, perhaps, stopped thinking about wellness itself and started thinking only about the race, about whether this time someone will help him, whether this time he will be fast enough. The question of whether he wants to be well has dissolved into the question of how one gets into the pool, but also, and this is important, it is an honest answer. It is not a performance of faith. It is not a dramatic declaration. It is a tired man telling the truth about his situation. The pool has not worked for him, not because of a lack of desire, but because of a lack of help. Someone always gets there first. He is not bitter, exactly. He's simply describing what has been true every day for as long as he can remember. And it is to this tired, honest, logistically focused man that Jesus speaks the words that change everything. There are moments in Scripture that require very little ornamentation to be felt. Moments where the text is so clean, so spare, so precisely arranged that the addition of anything would only dilute what is already there. This is one of those moments. Jesus does not offer a lengthy discourse. He does not explain what he is about to do or why. He does not ask the man to describe his faith or recount his prayer history, or demonstrate his worthiness in any way. He speaks 3 words, or in the Greek of John's Gospel, the imperative is a single sentence with 3 distinct commands, and they are simply this: get up, pick up your mat, walk. There is no conditional language here. No if you believe, or if you are worthy, or if the pool's waters are right. There is only the command, the statement of what is now required, spoken as though the body has already caught up with the instruction. Get up, which presumes that getting up is now possible. Pick up your mat, which presumes not only that he can stand, but that he can bend, can grasp, can lift, that the full range of ordinary human motion has been restored. Walk, the simplest and most extraordinary of the 3, walk, as though he has simply been sitting still for a moment, and has now been reminded to move on. And the man does. The text says it with the same spare elegance as the command itself. Immediately the man was made well, and he took up his mat and walked. Immediately. Not after a moment of trembling, not after a gradual return of sensation, a slow rebuilding of strength, a tentative first attempt followed by collapse followed by another attempt. Immediately. The 38 years ended in a single breath. Whatever had held his body in that state of paralysis, whatever disruption to nerve or muscle or bone or all 3 had kept him lying on that mat beside that pool through decade after decade, it was gone. Simply gone. Replaced by a wholeness that was in one sense entirely new to this man, and in another sense the most ancient and natural thing about him, the ordinary functioning of a human body moving through the world as it was meant to move. Picture what happens in that body in the moments after the command is spoken. Sensation returning to limbs that have been silent for decades. Not pain exactly, but the sudden overwhelming awareness of having limbs, having legs, having feet, having the whole complex living architecture of a body that works. The feeling of the stone floor under those feet as he stands, really stands, full weight, full balance, the automatic adjustments of muscles and tendons and the inner ear that allow a standing person to remain upright without thinking about it. The man has not thought about any of these things in 38 years, because he has not needed to, and now, suddenly, all of it is operating. Not as something remarkable, not as something he has to concentrate on maintaining, but simply as the baseline condition of being alive in a body that functions. He bends down and rolls up his mat. That gesture alone, bending, reaching, grasping, standing again, contains 38 years of impossibility made suddenly ordinary. And then he walks, out from under the portico, past the other people lying on their mats, past the pool whose waters never stirred for him, past the columns of stone that had framed his existence for what might have been years, and out into whatever comes next. The text of John's Gospel tells us something else about that day, and it is the kind of detail that would almost be funny if it were not so revealing of human nature. It was the Sabbath. The Sabbath, the 7th day, the day of rest commanded in the book of Genesis, and elaborated through centuries of rabbinic tradition into an extraordinarily detailed system of prohibitions and permissions. By the time of Jesus, The oral tradition around Sabbath observance had grown into a complex and carefully maintained structure. The rabbis had identified 39 categories of forbidden labour, and carrying objects from one domain to another was among them. Carrying a burden on the Sabbath, it was prohibited, and a sleeping mat, the mat the man had just rolled up and tucked under his arm, the mat he was now carrying through the streets of Jerusalem, a mat qualified as a burden. So when the religious authorities encountered this man walking with his mat, their first question was not about him, not about how he was, not about the extraordinary thing that had happened to a body that had not worked for 38 years, not about the nature of the healing or who had performed it or what it meant. Their first question was about the mat. "It is the Sabbath," they told him. "It is not lawful for you to carry your mat." The man's response is simple and direct. He says, "The man who made me well said to me, 'Pick up your mat and walk.'" He is not arguing theology. He is stating the chain of causation as he experienced it. Someone healed me. That same someone told me to carry my mat. I carried it. He is not trying to pick a fight about religious law. He is not, at this moment, even thinking about religious law. He's a man who walked out of 38 years of paralysis an hour ago. The categories of his mind are still trying to catch up with the reality of his body. But the authorities are not satisfied. They want to know who told him to do this, who is responsible. The text says the healed man did not know who it was, that Jesus had withdrawn into the crowd that filled the area. In the chaos of a festival day, in a city full of pilgrims, Jesus had simply become one face among thousands. Think about that. The man who had just been healed of a 38-year affliction could not have pointed to his healer and said, "That is him. That is the man." He had been lying on his mat. He had heard a voice, received a command, felt his body respond, and then, presumably, he had been so absorbed in the process of standing and rolling his mat and walking for the first time in decades that by the time he looked up, the crowd had closed around whoever had spoken to him. He did not even know the name. This will matter, because later Jesus finds him again. The temple courts were the heart of Jerusalem during the feast days. The enormous platform of the Temple Mount, an engineering achievement that remains astonishing even by modern standards, a massive artificial platform constructed to elevate the temple complex above the surrounding city, was filled during the feast with worshippers, with teachers and their students, with merchants operating in the outer courts, with the ceaseless movement of a people engaged in the great annual act of appearing before their God. It was into this space that the healed man eventually came, perhaps to give thanks, perhaps simply because the temple was where a Jewish man went on a feast day, and he was, for the first time in 38 years, a man who could walk to the temple under his own power, and there Jesus found him. The text does not tell us how. In a crowd of thousands, on the most active day of the religious calendar, Jesus located this man in the temple courts, and when he found him, he spoke to him again. And what he said this second time is almost as striking as what he said the first time. "See, you have been made well. Sin no more, so that nothing worse may happen to you." This is a statement that has generated considerable theological discussion over the centuries, because it touches on the ancient and often debated question of the relationship between sin and suffering. The disciples of Jesus, earlier in John's Gospel, will ask him point blank about a man born blind. "Rabbi, who sinned, this man or his parents, that he was born blind?" The assumption embedded in that question, that suffering is a consequence of sin, that physical affliction tracks moral failure, was not an obscure fringe belief. It was a common framework for understanding why bad things happen to people, a framework with deep roots in certain interpretations of the Hebrew scriptures and in the surrounding culture. If you suffered, something had gone wrong morally. Either you had sinned, or someone close to you had. Suffering was, in this view, a kind of ledger entry, evidence that some account somewhere had gone into debt. Jesus, in the case of the blind man, will explicitly reject this framework. He tells the disciples that neither the man nor his parents sinned, that the man was born blind so that the works of God might be revealed in him. The suffering was not the consequence of sin. It was the context for something else entirely. But here at the temple, Jesus says something different. He says, "Sin no more, so that nothing worse may happen to you." He does not say that the 38-year illness was caused by sin. He does not make that causal claim. What he says is forward-looking. It is a warning, a pastoral instruction, a word of concern for what comes next. Whatever the man's history, Whatever the relationship between the life he had lived and the condition that had kept him beside that pool, Jesus is not here to prosecute the past. He is here to speak to the future. You have been made well. Now live in accordance with that wholeness. Protect what has been given to you. It is the word of someone who takes seriously both the gift that has just been given and the person who has received it. It is not a threat. It is not a conditional. Your healing will be revoked if you sin. It is a charge. A recognition that the healed man now has a future he did not have this morning, and that the question of how he inhabits that future matters. The healed man, upon learning the name of his healer, upon learning that it was Jesus who had spoken to him at the pool, Jesus who had told him to get up and walk, goes to the religious authorities and tells them. The text reports this without editorial comment. We do not know the man's motivation. Was he grateful and thought they should know? Was he afraid of the authorities and tried to deflect their suspicion by naming the one responsible? Did he not fully understand the implications of what he was saying? Did not realize that naming Jesus to the religious leadership of Jerusalem was not a neutral act? The text does not say. It simply says he told them it was Jesus who had made him well. And the authorities, for their part, used this information not as an occasion for wonder, but as an occasion for opposition. This is the moment in John's Gospel where the conflict between Jesus and the religious establishment of Jerusalem hardens from friction into something more determined. The text says that the Jewish leaders began persecuting Jesus because he had done this on the Sabbath. And when Jesus, confronted with their opposition, speaks about his relationship with God, about the Son doing what the Father does, about the Father having given all judgment to the Son, the opposition sharpens further. They wanted to kill him, the text says, because he was not only breaking the Sabbath but was also calling God his own Father, making himself equal with God. A healing, a single act of restoration beside a pool of still water, a man who had not walked in 38 years, walking. And within hours the news of it has travelled through the city and landed in the laps of men who have decided that the most important thing about this event is that it happened on the wrong day, that the mat the man carried was a violation, that the one who healed him had stepped outside the boundaries of what the law permitted, that the correct response to the extraordinary is not wonder but interrogation, and the correct conclusion is not gratitude but prosecution. This is not unique to the first century. It is perhaps the most consistent and depressing feature of institutional religious life in every era. The tendency of systems built to protect the sacred to become, over time, better at protecting themselves than at protecting the sacred. The rules that were meant to honour God become by degrees rules that honour the rule-keeping. The traditions that were meant to create space for the holy become by degrees traditions that crowd it out. The Sabbath was given to Israel as a gift, as a weekly reminder that human beings are not defined by their labour, that rest is holy, that the rhythm of creation includes cessation. And somehow, by the time Jesus walked through the pool of Bethesda, the gift had become a fence, and the fence had become a wall, and on one particular afternoon a man stood up from a 38-year paralysis and carried his mat through the streets of Jerusalem, and the wall was offended. Let us stay for a moment with the question that Jesus asked, because it is worth asking again, here, in the quietness of this evening, in whatever room you are in right now, with whatever you have been carrying. Do you want to be made well? It is a question that sounds simple, and is not. It is a question that assumes that the person being asked has a genuine say in the matter. That wellness is not just something that happens to you or fails to happen to you, but something that requires a kind of interior consent, a willingness to participate, a readiness to receive what healing would require of you, and what it would cost you, and what it would change. The man at Bethesda had, in some sense, organised his entire life around the idea of getting into the pool. The pool was his answer. The pool was where healing lived. And when Jesus appeared, he did not bring the pool. He brought something that had nothing to do with the pool. He bypassed the entire system the man had been waiting in for decades and spoke directly to the condition itself. Get up. Pick up your mat. Walk. This is worth noticing. The man's answer to Jesus had been entirely about the pool, about the logistics of accessing the healing that the pool represented, and Jesus did not argue with him about the pool, did not say the pool is the wrong answer, did not dismiss the tradition or the belief or the years the man had invested in that particular form of hope. He simply ignored the pool, went around it, spoke to the body directly, as though the body had been waiting for exactly this kind of speech, specific, clear, confident, expecting a response. How many of us have spent years of our lives focused on a particular pool, on one specific source from which we have decided that what we need most must come, and have found ourselves season after season unable to get there in time, watching others reach it first, explaining to anyone who will listen the logistical problem that keeps us from the edge of the water. The pool is not always a physical place. Sometimes the pool is a relationship we think will finally make us whole. Sometimes it is a professional achievement. Sometimes it is a particular financial threshold. Sometimes it is the approval of someone whose approval we have spent years trying to earn. The pool is wherever we have decided that the thing we need most is located, and to which we have turned our lives into a waiting room. And the question Jesus asks is, do you want to be made well? Not do you want to get to the pool? Do you want to be made well? It is a question about the destination, not the route. A question about what lies on the other side of all the waiting. And implicit in the question is a possibility that the pool cannot offer, that healing might be available through a means that has nothing to do with the logistics of your particular situation, that it might come not from the water being stirred at the right moment when you happen to be close enough, but from a voice speaking to what is broken in you directly, without waiting for any conditions to be met. There is something else in this story that tends to be overlooked, and it is the matter of what Jesus asked the man to do in order to be healed. He asked him to do the very thing that his illness prevented him from doing: get up. This is not possible for a paralyzed man. The paralysis is precisely the inability to get up. To command a paralyzed man to get up is to ask for the impossible, or at least it would be if the command were coming from any other source. Jesus tells a man who cannot stand to stand. He tells a man who cannot lift to lift. He tells a man who cannot walk to walk. The commands are not instructions for how to access healing. They are instructions that the healing makes possible. And the only way to know if the healing has occurred is to attempt the commands before certainty is available. This is the structure of faith as it appears throughout the Gospels, and it is not a comfortable structure. It does not say, first believe fully, then act. It says, act in the direction of what you have been promised, and discover in the acting whether the promise holds. The man could not have known, before he tried to get up, that his legs would support him. He had to try first. He had to commit, at least fractionally, to the motion, to shift his weight in the direction of standing, to engage muscles that had been silent for 38 years, and in that moment of attempted obedience the healing met him. This is a pattern that appears again and again in the miracle stories of the New Testament. The 10 lepers are told to go and show themselves to the priests, the act required of a cleansed person. And as they go, before they have arrived, they are cleansed. The disciples are told to launch their boats and let down their nets after a night of catching nothing, and the choice to obey, despite the absurdity of the instruction, is what precedes the catch. The blind man in John 9 is told to go wash in the pool of Siloam, a walk he has to make blind, and he goes, and he washes, and he comes back seeing. In each case, the faith that is asked for is not a feeling. It is not an emotion. It is not even a cognitive certainty. It is a motion, a willingness to move in the direction of the promised thing as though it is already there before you can see it. For the man at Bethesda, that motion was the attempt to stand, and the attempt was answered. 38 years is a long time. It is long enough to make the waiting feel like the whole story. Long enough that the world outside the colonnade of Bethesda might have faded into something almost theoretical. A place that exists in memory and in the conversation of visitors, but that the man himself had stopped expecting to inhabit again. Long enough that the question of whether he would ever walk freely through the streets of Jerusalem, feel the uneven stones under his own 2 feet, choose a direction and simply go there, that question had probably at some point stopped feeling like a question. It had settled into something more like an answer, the answer being no, the answer being not for me, the answer being this is what my life is, and I have learned to live within it as best I can. And yet, on one particular festival afternoon, in a city full of 10,000 pilgrims, in a pool complex full of people who had all also been told by the shape of their lives that the answer was no, a man turned his attention to the one who had been waiting longest, the one who was, by the pool's own logic, the least likely to succeed, the one whose answer of no had been accumulating the longest, and he asked him a question, and the man answered honestly, and 3 words changed everything. There is no dramatic prayer recorded in this story, no long intercession, no laying on of hands, no elaborate ritual, no ceremony of any kind, just 3 words, spoken with the confidence of someone who knows exactly what they are saying and is not uncertain about the outcome, and immediately the man was well. Immediately. It is a word that the Gospels use with some frequency when describing what happens when Jesus speaks to a condition. Not eventually, not gradually, not after a period of rehabilitation. Immediately. The 38 years responded to 3 words the way the morning responds to the rising of the sun, not as something that has to be argued into happening, but as something that was always going to happen once the right thing arrived. Let us think about the moment the man walked out of the pool complex and into the streets of Jerusalem. The first steps, the first turns onto unfamiliar streets, or streets that had been familiar once, 38 years ago, that now had to be relearned by a body that was doing something it had not done in decades. The first time he felt himself moving with the crowd instead of being left behind by it. The first time he made a choice, left or right, this street or that one, purely because he wanted to, without the choice being constrained by what his body could or could not manage. What do you do with yourself when the constraint you have organised your life around is suddenly gone? When the absence that has shaped your identity, your relationships, your daily rhythm, your interior landscape, when that absence is filled, there is joy in it, certainly. But there is also perhaps something more complicated, the need to reconstruct a self that is no longer defined by what it cannot do, the need to discover what it wants, now that want is no longer academic, the need to learn, for the first time or for the first time in a very long time, who you are when you're not defined by your limitation. The man at Bethesda does not give us much to work with here. He goes to the temple, that much we know, and in the temple Jesus finds him and speaks to him a second time, and after that, the text lets him go. We do not know what the rest of his life looked like. We do not know if he became a follower of Jesus or remained at a distance. We do not know if he told his story for the rest of his life, or if he eventually stopped talking about it, the way people sometimes stop talking about the most important things that have happened to them because words have ceased to be adequate. We do not know if he ever went back to Bethesda, if he ever stood at the edge of that pool and looked into the still water and tried to understand what his life had been and what it now was. What we know is this. He walked out of that place carrying his mat, and he never laid it down there again. The feast continued. The city continued. The thousands of pilgrims moved through the streets of Jerusalem, buying and selling and praying and arguing and eating and doing all the ordinary things that people do, even in holy cities on holy days. The Temple Mount rose above it all, white and gold in the afternoon light, its enormous platform visible from miles away. The priests moved through their duties. The teachers taught in the courts. The shofar called out its notes at the appointed hours, and somewhere in that city a man walked who had not walked that morning. Walked with the slightly uncertain gait of someone rediscovering something. Not hesitant exactly, but attended to. Conscious of each step in a way that a person who has walked their whole life is not. Each step still somewhat extraordinary to the person taking it, even as it looked, to anyone watching, like exactly the ordinary motion it was. A man walking through a city. Nothing remarkable about it at all if you did not know. And the controversy the healing had generated moved on its own trajectory through the corridors of religious authority. Meetings, consultations, the slow accumulation of grievance against a name. Jesus, who healed on the Sabbath, who called God his Father, who moved through the crowd and spoke 3 words to a paralyzed man, and then disappeared before anyone could properly register what had happened. These 2 trajectories, the healed man walking freely through Jerusalem, the authorities hardening toward his healer, existed simultaneously, on the same afternoon, in the same city, under the same festival sky, the miracle and the politics of the miracle running parallel, not touching, each following its own logic toward its own conclusion. This is, in miniature, the shape of the entire story that John's Gospel is telling. The light enters the world and illuminates some things and casts shadows in others. The healing happens and produces gratitude in one quarter and opposition in another. The words of life are spoken, and some who hear them are freed, and others are frightened, and others are simply enraged. The pool at Bethesda was a place where hope and despair existed side by side. The story of what happened there is a place where restoration and resistance exist side by side. It is not a clean story. It is not a story that resolves neatly into universal goodwill and collective celebration. It is a story about what happens when the extraordinary arrives in the middle of the ordinary, and different people, encountering the same event, choose entirely different things to do with it, As this night settles in and the day's noise fades to silence around you, hold this image for a moment. The pool of Bethesda, 5 colonnades casting their shade over the stone, the water still and dark in the late afternoon, the people lying on their mats, each one a world of waiting, of hope that has learned to be careful with itself, of bodies that have not done what they were built to do in a very long time, and one man among them who has been there the longest, who has the least reason to expect that today will be different from all the previous days, who, when asked if he wants to be made well, does not answer with a yes but with an explanation of everything that has prevented it, who is not by any measure the most promising candidate for a miracle, who has no particular faith on display, no practiced piety, no dramatic declaration, just a tired man giving an honest answer about why the pool has never worked for him, and 3 words: get up, pick up your mat, walk, and immediately he was made well. Whatever you are waiting beside tonight, whatever your version of the pool is, whatever the 38-year thing in your life looks like, the story of Bethesda does not promise you a timeline. It does not promise that the waiting will end tomorrow, or that the pool you have been watching will finally stir for you. What it does offer is something perhaps more unsettling and more hopeful than that. The possibility that what you need is not at the pool at all, that it might arrive from a direction you are not watching, that it might speak to your condition directly, without waiting for any of the circumstances to cooperate, that the question you might be asked before it happens is not whether you have enough faith, or whether you have been patient enough, or whether you have earned it, but simply whether you want it, whether you're ready to get up, whether you're willing to carry your mat into a life you do not yet know how to navigate, and that on some ordinary afternoon, in a city full of noise and crowds and all the usual complexity of being alive, the one who sees individuals even in the midst of many will find the one who has been waiting longest, will stop, will ask the question, and will speak 3 words that the body, against all the evidence of all the years, will know exactly how to answer. Rest now. Let the quietness of the evening hold you. Somewhere across the long history of this world, a man rolled up a mat he had not needed to carry for 38 years and walked out into the Jerusalem afternoon, and everything was different. Let that be the last thought your mind carries into sleep tonight. Everything was different. And immediately. Good night. There is one more thing worth considering before we let the story fully rest, and it has to do with the nature of the crowd at Bethesda, not the individual man, but the collective, the many dozens, perhaps hundreds of people gathered beneath those 5 colonnades on the day Jesus walked through. People who were also blind, also lame, also paralyzed, people who had also been waiting, some of them for years, people who had also organized their lives around the possibility of the pool, and for whom, on that particular afternoon, nothing changed. No one else was healed. No other name was called. No other command was spoken to any other body in that place. This is one of the more quietly troubling aspects of the story, and it would be dishonest to glide past it without acknowledgement. It raises the question that suffering people have always raised when they encounter a story about healing. Why him? Why that one? What made this particular man the one whose waiting ended that afternoon when the waiting of all the others continued? Was it something about the depth of his suffering? He had been there 38 years, but perhaps someone else had been there 40. Was it something about his faith? His answer to Jesus' question was not a declaration of faith, but an inventory of obstacles. He did not say, "I believe you can heal me." He said, "I cannot get to the pool in time." Was it something about his character? We are given nothing to suggest it. The text does not answer this. John's Gospel, in its characteristic way, simply does not go there. It tells us about the man who was healed and does not stop to address the ones who are not. This silence has been felt by readers across 2,000 years, particularly by readers who have sat beside their own versions of the pool and not been called, who have watched others receive what they were also waiting for, who have knelt in the same faith and spoken the same prayers and received, for reasons they cannot fathom, a different answer. What the theologians have offered, across the centuries, is not so much an answer as a reframing. The healing at Bethesda is not presented as a template, not as a guarantee that all who wait long enough will be healed, or that all who answer honestly will be called to stand. It is presented as a sign, a single, specific moment of the particular. This man, this afternoon, this pool, these 3 words, that points towards something larger than itself. Just as a single burning lamp in a dark room is not the source of all light in the world, but is evidence that light exists, and that the darkness is not the final condition of things, so one healing in one corner of Jerusalem on one Sabbath afternoon is not a promise that all the suffering of Bethesda ends today. It is evidence of something. Evidence that the one who moves through the crowd sees individuals. Evidence that long suffering is not invisible. Evidence that 3 words spoken from the right source are enough. This does not dissolve the difficulty. It does not make the silence of the unanswered prayer comfortable to inhabit. But it does suggest that the story of Bethesda is not best read as a transaction. If you wait long enough, if you answer honestly, if the conditions are right, you will be healed. It is better read as a window, a brief clear opening onto something that is always present but not always visible. The attention of the one who created the human body and has not stopped knowing what each one of them needs, even when the pool is still, even when the years accumulate, even when the answer that arrives is not the one that was waited for. This is harder. It requires more of a person than a simple formula would. It asks you to hold both things at once. The reality of the one man who walked out of Bethesda carrying his mat, and the reality of everyone else who did not. To receive the first as genuine and good without using it as evidence that suffering is simply a matter of waiting correctly. To grieve the second without concluding from it that no one is seen, that no attention is paid, that the pool will always be still. Faith in the biblical tradition has rarely been presented as a system that resolves cleanly. It has been presented as a way of moving through a world that contains both healing and continued suffering, both answered prayer and long silence, both the man who stood up and walked, and the men and women who watched him go and remained where they were. It is a way of moving through all of that without collapsing into either easy certainty or permanent despair. The story of Bethesda does not offer easy certainty. What it offers is a specific, embodied, utterly concrete moment in which something that had been broken for 38 years was made whole in an instant. And it offers it not as a proof, but as a gift, to that man, to that afternoon, to everyone who has ever read about it since, and recognised something of their own waiting in his. Jerusalem is still there. The city has been destroyed and rebuilt, occupied and liberated, and is today one of the most contested and watched and prayed over pieces of ground on the surface of the earth. The Pool of Bethesda has been excavated by archaeologists and can be visited, or could be, in eras of access, by pilgrims who want to stand in the place where the story happened. The stones are still there beneath the ground. The shape of the pool complex, the 5 colonnades, the layout that matches what John's Gospel describes. It has been confirmed in the earth. The place was real. The pool was real. The 5 porticos cast real shade over real stone on real afternoons in the 1st century of the Common Era. And while we cannot know with archaeological certainty what happened beside that water on one Sabbath afternoon during one of the Jewish feast days, we know that the story of it has travelled through 2,000 years of human history and arrived here, tonight, in whatever room you are in, as something still capable of doing what stories do when they are alive, of making you feel, however briefly, that the distance between then and there and now and here is smaller than it usually seems, that the man on the mat and the listening waiting part of you are not as far apart as the centuries between you would suggest, that the question, do you want to be made well, is still being asked, in forms you might not immediately recognise, and that the answer still matters, and that 3 words, or their equivalent, in whatever language your particular life speaks, are still sufficient to change what 38 years have established as permanent. The night is quiet now. Your breath is slowing. Whatever you are carrying from this day, whatever weariness or worry or long accumulated weight, let it rest for a while. You have carried it faithfully. You do not have to carry it through the night as well. The pool is still. The city sleeps. And somewhere in the ancient record of human experience, a man stands up from a mat he has lain on for 38 years and discovers that his legs work perfectly. Let that be enough for now. Let that be the image that carries you over the threshold from waking into sleep. Rest well. You are seen. Somewhere in the ancient city of Jerusalem, beneath a sky thick with stars and the smell of cedar smoke and burning incense, a woman is running. She's not running away from the city, she's running deeper into it, through narrow stone corridors, past sleeping guards and darkened doorways, clutching something against her chest with both arms, something small, something warm, something that must not make a single sound. Behind her, in the royal palace, the screaming has already begun. Soldiers are moving through the halls of the palace of Judah, and they are not searching for enemies of the crown. They are searching for children, royal children, every last one of them. Because the woman who has seized the throne of David has decided that the only way to guarantee her survival is to make absolutely certain that no one else can claim what she has taken. And in this single terrifying night, the entire 400-year legacy of David's royal bloodline, the covenant that God himself had spoken over a shepherd boy with a sling, has been reduced to one crying infant and one woman willing to risk everything to keep that infant alive. What you're about to hear is not a myth. It is not a legend dressed up in dramatic language to make it feel more exciting than it is. It is one of the most carefully documented political rescues in the ancient world. The story of a kingdom brought to the edge of extinction, of an infant hidden inside the very house of God, and of a restoration so carefully planned, so quietly prepared, that when it finally arrived, it arrived like thunder. Find a comfortable position, let your breathing slow, and allow yourself to be carried back nearly 3,000 years, to a city on a hill, to a people at the edge of collapse, and to a child sleeping in secret, the last heir of an ancient promise. To understand what happened on the night Joash was hidden, you first need to understand the world into which he was born, and the specific chain of failures, alliances and betrayals that made his mother's massacre not only possible, but to many observers at the time, almost inevitable. The kingdom of Judah in the 9th century before the Common Era was not a peaceful place. It had not been peaceful for a very long time. When the great unified kingdom of Israel under Solomon finally fractured, splitting into the northern kingdom of Israel and the southern kingdom of Judah, the two nations spent the better part of 2 centuries in a complicated and often violent relationship. They shared a history, a language, and a god. But they did not share a king, and they did not always share values. The northern kingdom of Israel in this period was dominated by the dynasty of Omri, a powerful military commander who had seized the throne through force, and whose descendants would prove to be among the most religiously compromised rulers in the biblical record. Omri's son was a man named Ahab, and Ahab famously married a Phoenician princess named Jezebel. Most people who have even a passing familiarity with the biblical narrative know the name Jezebel. She has become, across 3,000 years of literature, theology and cultural commentary, the archetype of the dangerous, manipulative, religiously deviant woman. Whether that characterization is entirely fair is a matter for careful historical analysis. What is not disputed, at least within the framework of the text, is that Jezebel brought with her to the northern court an aggressive promotion of Baal worship, a systematic persecution of the prophets of the God of Israel, and a political philosophy that placed royal power above moral accountability. It was into this world that the connection between the two kingdoms was forged. At some point in the mid-9th century, the king of Judah, a man named Jehoshaphat, who is generally regarded positively by the biblical chroniclers, made a political alliance with the house of Omri. His son Jehoram married Athaliah. Athaliah was almost certainly the daughter of Ahab and Jezebel, which made her both a princess of the northern kingdom and a carrier of the religious and political values that had taken root in her parents' court. The alliance seemed pragmatic at the time. The two kingdoms had common enemies. A marriage between their royal houses would stabilise the border and create a unified front against external threats. These are the kinds of calculations that rulers have made throughout human history, and they often seem wise until the long-term consequences reveal themselves. The long-term consequences, in this case, were catastrophic. Jehoram of Judah, Jehoshaphat's son, began to walk in what the biblical text calls the ways of the kings of Israel. The language is pointed. He was not following the religious traditions of his own kingdom, the kingdom that housed the temple in Jerusalem, the kingdom that maintained the priesthood descended from Aaron. He was following the practices he had absorbed through his wife and her family. The text records that Jehoram built high places, local worship sites dedicated to foreign deities, in the mountains of Judah. He led the people of Judah astray. He executed his own brothers to consolidate his power, and the kingdom suffered visibly under his reign in ways that the chroniclers attributed directly to this departure from the covenant. Jehoram died, unmourned according to the text, and was succeeded by his son Ahaziah. Ahaziah's mother was Athaliah, and here is where the story begins to accelerate toward catastrophe. Ahaziah was 22 years old when he became king of Judah. His mother was his political advisor. His closest allies were in the northern kingdom, the family of his grandmother Jezebel, the family of Ahab. He made decisions that aligned Judah not with its own traditions and covenant, but with the interests of the increasingly unstable northern court. And then, in the span of a single dramatic year, everything collapsed. In the northern kingdom, a military commander named Jehu received a prophetic commission to execute judgment on the house of Ahab. This was not a spontaneous uprising. It was a carefully documented act of prophetic appointment. The prophet Elisha sent a messenger to anoint Jehu and charge him specifically with ending the dynasty of Omri. Jehu was a man of decisive and, it must be said, sometimes brutal action. He moved quickly. He killed King Joram of Israel, the son of Ahab and Jezebel, the reigning king of the northern kingdom, at the vineyard of Naboth, in a location that carried its own prophetic significance. He killed Jezebel herself, in Jezreel, in a manner so specific and so complete that it fulfilled a prophecy spoken years earlier. And in the course of his campaign, he encountered Ahaziah, king of Judah. Ahaziah had come north to visit his wounded cousin Joram. He was in the wrong place at the wrong time, allied with the wrong family. Jehu killed him too. Ahaziah had reigned for 1 year. He left behind a mother, several sons, and a kingdom thrown into sudden and complete political chaos. His mother was Athaliah. Now we arrive at the moment that defines everything that follows. When the news of Ahaziah's death reached Jerusalem, Athaliah faced a choice. She could have mourned her son and supported the transition of power to one of his legitimate heirs. She could have assumed a regent's role while a young heir grew into kingship. These were normal expected responses for a queen mother in the ancient Near East. She chose neither. What Athaliah did next is described in the biblical text with remarkable brevity, which somehow makes it more chilling than any elaborate description could. She arose and destroyed all the royal seed of the house of Judah. She ordered the killing of every surviving member of the royal family, her own grandchildren, the sons of Ahaziah, the legitimate heirs of David's covenant line. The motivations of historical figures are always difficult to reconstruct with certainty, and Athaliah is no exception. Some commentators have argued that she was acting out of political self-preservation, that she understood her position in Judah was precarious, that her son's death exposed her vulnerability, and that the only way to secure her own power was to eliminate every other candidate for the throne. Others have suggested a more ideological dimension, that she genuinely believed in the political philosophy she had inherited from her parents, a philosophy in which royal power was absolute and resistance was treason. What all interpreters agree on is that the act was unprecedented in Judah. The southern kingdom had maintained an unbroken Davidic succession for more than a century. The covenant that the text records God making with David, "Your house and your kingdom will endure forever before me. Your throne will be established forever," had never been seriously threatened from within the royal family itself. Until this night. The soldiers moved through the palace. The heirs of David were killed one by one, and the 400-year promise that had been spoken over a shepherd boy in Bethlehem appeared, to every human eye in Jerusalem that night, to have been finally, permanently, catastrophically extinguished. Appeared to be, but was not. Her name was Jehosheba. In the economy of the biblical text, she receives only a handful of sentences. She is identified as the sister of King Ahaziah and the wife of the high priest Jehoiada. The chronicler adds that she was the daughter of King Jehoram, which means she was likely a half-sister to Ahaziah, born of a different mother. Whether that distinction protected her from Athaliah's purge is unclear. What is clear is that she was inside the palace when the killing began, and that she did something that required extraordinary courage and extraordinary presence of mind. She took the infant Joash. The text in 2 Chronicles 22 says she hid him from among the king's sons who were being put to death. This is a phrase that deserves to be read slowly. It implies that the killing was happening around her, that she did not have the luxury of time, of deliberate planning, of careful preparation. She acted in the midst of chaos. She reached into the carnage of the purge and pulled out one small child and his nurse, and she hid them. Where she hid them, at least initially, was in a bedchamber, a storage room, somewhere inside the palace complex where the soldiers had already searched, or somewhere they would not think to look. The text does not give us the specific geography of those first terrifying hours. What it gives us is the outcome. The infant was not found. And then, when the immediate danger had passed enough to allow movement, she took him somewhere else. Somewhere that Athaliah would not think to look. Somewhere that even the queen's soldiers might hesitate to enter with swords drawn. She took him to the temple. The temple in Jerusalem in this period was not simply a building. It was the architectural and theological centre of the entire Judean identity. Solomon had built it on the threshing floor of Araunah the Jebusite, on the hill north of the old city of David, and its construction had consumed 7 years and resources gathered from across the ancient Near East. Cedar from Lebanon, gold from Ophir, bronze in quantities so vast the text says it was beyond weighing. But the temple was more than its materials. It was the dwelling place, in the theological framework of the text, of the God of Israel. The Ark of the Covenant rested in its innermost chamber, the Holy of Holies, behind a curtain of blue and purple and crimson that separated the accessible world from what the text called the divine presence. The priests and Levites who served in the temple operated on a carefully regulated schedule, maintaining the daily sacrifices, the incense offerings, the lamp that was never allowed to go out. The temple had its own gatekeepers, its own security protocols, its own hierarchical structure of access and service. And it had, in this particular moment of national crisis, one man at its head who would prove to be perhaps the most consequential figure in the entire story, the high priest Jehoiada. Jehoiada was Jehosheba's husband. How long they had been married, how old he was when this crisis unfolded, what his relationship to the royal family had been in the years before. These are details the text does not provide in full. What the text does establish is that Jehoiada was a man of remarkable patience, extraordinary strategic intelligence, and unshakable theological conviction. He was not a man who panicked. He was not a man who acted without thinking. And when his wife arrived at the temple carrying an infant who was, as far as the outside world knew, already dead, Jehoiada made a decision. He would hide the child. He would protect the child. He would raise the child. And he would wait. How long would he wait? As long as necessary. Years, if required, until the moment was right, until the alliances were in place, until the risk of premature action had been replaced by the certainty of coordinated, irreversible change. 6 years, as it turned out. 6 years of extraordinary, disciplined silence. The logistics of hiding a living child inside a functioning temple complex for 6 years are worth pausing to consider, because they reveal something important about both the physical layout of the temple and the extraordinary level of trust and coordination that Jehoiada was able to maintain. The temple complex in Jerusalem was not simply a single building. It was a compound, a series of courts, chambers, storerooms, and residences that housed the large number of priests and Levites who rotated through their service schedules on a regular basis. Priests lived on the premises during their periods of service. There were chambers for the storage of temple vessels and provisions. There were quarters for the gatekeepers. There were spaces that the ordinary population of Jerusalem never entered, and would not have reason to investigate. Within this complex, it was theoretically possible for a small child to grow up without ever being seen by anyone who did not already know he was there. Not easily, and not without the active cooperation of everyone within that inner circle, but possible. The text tells us that Joash was hidden in the house of God for 6 years. It does not give us a detailed account of those years, of what his education looked like, of what he understood about his own identity, of what the daily rhythm of his hidden life felt like. But we can draw some inferences from what we know about priestly education in ancient Judah, and from what Joash's later actions suggest about his formation. He almost certainly learned to read, or at least to receive oral instruction, from the priests around him. He would have heard the Torah read and discussed. He would have watched the daily sacrifices from whatever vantage point his hidden life allowed. He would have grown up surrounded by the rhythms of temple worship, the morning and evening offerings, the incense, the psalms, the careful and reverent handling of the sacred vessels. He would also have grown up knowing at some point who he was. Children understand more than adults often give them credit for, and the secrecy surrounding his existence would have communicated, even without explicit instruction, that his life was not ordinary, that he was being protected, that outside the walls of this place, the world believed he was dead. What that knowledge does to a child, the weight of a hidden identity, the awareness that one's very existence is dangerous, is a question that the text does not address directly. But it is a question worth sitting with. Joash did not choose the circumstances of his rescue. He did not choose the secrecy of his upbringing. He was simply alive, in a place that should not have been able to contain him, protected by people who had decided that the promise he represented was worth any risk required to keep it. While Joash slept in the temple, Athaliah ruled Judah. Her reign lasted 6 years, exactly as long as the child she believed to be dead had been hidden from her. The coincidence is precise enough to feel deliberate, as if the narrative itself is making a point about the relationship between her false kingship and the authentic one growing in secret just out of her reach. The biblical account of her reign is brief and largely negative. She's not described as an administrator or a builder. She's described as a religious disruptor. The chronicler records that her sons had broken up the house of God and had also bestowed all the dedicated things of the house of the Lord upon Baalim. This is a specific and serious charge. The sons referred to here are probably the sons of Ahaziah, who served as her agents before they were killed, or possibly allies in her court who helped implement her religious policy. The sacred vessels and dedicated offerings of the temple were being redirected toward the worship of Baal. Baal worship in this period was not a minor theological deviation. It was a complete alternative religious system with its own priesthood, its own rituals, its own economics of sacrifice and offering. The prophets of the period described it with language that ranged from contempt to horror. Elijah had confronted it head-on at Mount Carmel. Elisha had continued that confrontation through every year of his long ministry, and now it had arrived in Jerusalem itself, in the city that housed the temple, that stood as the symbol of the covenant between God and David. The people of Judah watching this unfold had no reason to hope. The royal family was dead. The Davidic line was extinct. The high priest was keeping his head down, maintaining the temple sacrifices as best he could while the queen redirected its resources toward her own religious program. The prophets were, if they were active at all, operating in whatever underground space was available to them. From the outside, this looked like the end of something, the end of the covenant, the end of the promise, the end of the story that had been building since Abraham had walked out of Ur toward a land he had never seen. From the inside of the temple, it looked very different. Consider the contrast that the narrative establishes here, because it is one of the most theologically dense contrasts in the entire Hebrew Bible. On one side of the temple walls, a usurper queen, a dismantled priesthood, idol worship installed in the sacred precincts, a kingdom being systematically stripped of its covenantal identity. On the other side of those same walls, a child growing up in the daily presence of the God whose covenant she was dismantling, learning the law, watching the sacrifices being shaped day by day by the very traditions she was trying to erase. The temple was simultaneously the target of Athalia's religious program and the hiding place of its ultimate undoing. She was, in effect, destroying the house that was protecting her own destruction. There is an irony in this that the text seems to relish, though it presents it with characteristic understatement. This is one of the narrative's most recurring theological claims, that the instruments of preservation are often hidden in plain sight, that the most dangerous thing to an oppressive system is often not what it can see and attack, but what it cannot see at all. Athalia controlled the palace. She controlled the army. She controlled the public religious apparatus of the nation. She did not control what was happening quietly, invisibly, patiently, inside the room where a child was sleeping. There is something deeply human about this dynamic that resonates far beyond its specific historical context. Every generation has known versions of this story, of hope maintained in secret while public reality presents a very different picture, of communities preserving identity and tradition in spaces the dominant culture does not bother to monitor, of children raised in hidden circumstances who grow up to become the agents of change that no one with power ever anticipated. Joash was 6 or 7 years old when Jehoiada began to move, old enough to be presented, to be recognised, to stand upright in front of a crowd and receive a crown. Not old enough to have orchestrated anything himself. He was the promise, not yet the king. The restoration was not his doing. It was the doing of Jehoiada, of Jehosheba, of the priests and soldiers and Levites who had kept the secret and now prepared to reveal it. But he was the centre of it all. He always had been. The preparations that Jehoiada made for the coronation of Joash were not made in a moment of impulse. They were not the result of sudden opportunity or fortunate circumstance. They were the product of years of patient observation, careful relationship building, and disciplined strategic thinking. Jehoiada was watching. He was watching the army, tracking which commanders were loyal to Athalia out of genuine conviction, and which ones served her only because there was no viable alternative. He was watching the mood of the people, the ordinary citizens of Judah who had watched their religious traditions dismantled and replaced with foreign worship, who remembered the God of their fathers and who were not, many of them, comfortable with what they had been given instead. He was watching the priesthood, the Levites and gatekeepers and other temple workers who rotated through their service schedules, who came and went from Jerusalem according to the ancient regulations of temple service, and who might be, if approached at the right moment in the right way, willing to take an extraordinary risk for an extraordinary cause. And he was waiting with the kind of patience that is almost indistinguishable from faith, waiting because he understood that premature action would not merely fail, it would be catastrophic. An attempted coup that was discovered before it was ready would not just kill Joash, it would likely trigger a purge of everyone associated with the temple, destroying the very network that had kept the child alive. The text in 2 Chronicles 23 begins with a phrase that deserves close attention. In the 7th year Jehoiada strengthened himself. This is the language of decisive preparation following a long period of endurance. It implies that the years before were not years of inaction. They were years of accumulating the strength, the relationships, and the confidence necessary to act at last. What Jehoiada did in that 7th year was to make contact with the military. He reached out to 5 specific commanders. The text names them as captains of hundreds, military officers responsible for units of soldiers. These were not random selections. These were men he had identified, over years of careful observation, as men of integrity, men who would respond to an appeal to the covenant traditions of Judah, men who might be willing to risk their lives on the claim that the last heir of David was alive and ready to take his throne. He brought them to the temple, and he showed them the child. Imagine what that moment felt like. These were military men, soldiers who had spent the last 6 years serving a queen who had come to power through mass murder, who had watched the religious traditions of their people systematically dismantled, who had perhaps told themselves that there was nothing to be done, that the old order was gone, that this was simply the world they now lived in. And then a high priest leads them into a chamber inside the temple, and a 7-year-old boy looks up at them, and the priest says, "He is alive, the son of Ahaziah, the grandson of Joram, the descendant of David. He has been here all along." The text records no dramatic response to this revelation. It simply proceeds directly to the planning. Who will stand where, which gates will be secured, how the Levitical rotation schedule will be used to concentrate loyal forces inside the temple courts while maintaining normal appearances outside. The pragmatism of the planning is itself a kind of testimony to the seriousness with which these men took what they had been shown. They took an oath. The text is careful to note this. It was not a casual agreement or a tentative alliance. It was a sworn commitment made inside the temple before God. These 5 commanders and the forces under their command were now bound by something that could not simply be cancelled if circumstances became inconvenient. The oath was the architectural foundation of the conspiracy. Everything else rested on it. The operational plan that Jehoiada devised was elegant in its use of existing structures. He did not need to import forces or create new arrangements. The temple already operated on a rotational system in which some priestly and Levitical units were coming on duty while others were going off. Normally, those going off duty would leave the temple precinct. Jehoiada's modification was simple. On the day of the coronation, none of them would leave. The outgoing shift would remain at their posts. The incoming shift would arrive as usual. The temple would, suddenly and without obvious external signal, contain roughly twice its normal complement of armed loyal defenders. The weapons for this force were drawn from the temple's own armoury, specifically from King David's weapons, a collection of spears and shields that had been stored in the temple precincts, probably as votive offerings or historical artefacts. The symbolic weight of this detail is considerable. The soldiers who would install David's descendant on his throne would be armed with weapons that may have been used in David's own campaigns. The past was literally being pressed into the service of the present. Jehoiada gave the commanders specific assignments. Certain units would guard the palace itself, ensuring that no reinforcements could reach Athaliah. Others would secure the temple gates, the foundation gate, the Sur gate, the various entrances through which the queen or her loyalists might attempt to enter and disrupt the ceremony. The entire complex would be locked down. The child would be protected at every point, and the child would be brought forward only when everything was in place, not before. Not until the moment of irreversibility had arrived. This is, among other things, a masterclass in operational security. Jehoiada had kept the secret for 6 years. He was not going to compromise it in the final hours through impatience or carelessness. Every piece had to be positioned before the board was revealed. The day itself arrived like any other day in Jerusalem. The city went about its business. The markets opened. The priests rotated through their temple duties. The guards at the various gates of the city and the temple complex performed their standard routines. Nothing, from the outside, appeared unusual. Inside the temple, the movement was precise and careful. The outgoing shifts did not leave. New arrivals took their positions. The armory was opened quietly, and weapons that had not been touched in years, perhaps decades, were distributed to hands that had been waiting, with various degrees of patience for exactly this moment. Jehoiada moved through all of it with the steady confidence of a man who had been planning this day for a very long time. He had thought through every contingency. He had positioned every resource. He had done, in the language of military strategy, everything that could be done. What remained was the irreversible act of beginning. He brought Joash forward. The text does not give us a detailed description of what the child looked like on this day. It does not tell us whether he was frightened or composed, whether he understood the full weight of what was happening or simply followed where Jehoiada led him. He was 7 years old. He had spent his entire conscious life inside the temple. He had been raised on the stories of his ancestors, on the law of Moses, on the traditions of the priesthood that surrounded him. He walked out into the light of the temple courts, and for the first time in his 7 years of existence, he was visible, not hidden, not protected by darkness and silence, and the careful ignorance of those who did not know he was there, visible. The coronation ceremony itself was modelled closely on the protocols established in the Torah for the installation of a king. Jehoiada placed the crown on Joash's head. He placed in Joash's hands what the text calls the testimony, a document identified by most interpreters as a copy of the law, the covenant document that defined the terms of kingship in Israel. The king was not above the law. He was subject to it, accountable to it, defined by it. This was the essential distinction between the Davidic ideal of kingship and the political philosophy that Athaliah had imported from the house of Omri. Then the trumpets sounded. The sound of those trumpets is one of the great acoustic moments in biblical narrative. Everything that had been silent for 6 years became suddenly, violently, irresistibly loud. The people who had been gathered in the temple courts, the priests, the Levites, the soldiers, whoever else had been admitted to witness this moment, began to shout. The text records their words with precision. Long live the king, long live the king. In Jerusalem, in the 7th year of Athaliah's reign, on an otherwise ordinary morning, the world changed. The child who had been sleeping in secret behind temple walls was now standing in the sunlight with a crown on his head and a copy of the law in his hands, and the people around him were making a noise that could not possibly be contained within the temple courts. It was the kind of noise that carries across a city, the kind of noise that reaches people who were not invited to hear it, the kind of noise that makes a queen in a palace look up from whatever she is doing and feel, for the first time, something unfamiliar. Fear. There is a moment in every carefully prepared plan when it becomes irreversible, when the clock cannot be turned back, when the secret is not a secret anymore, and everything that happens next is simply the working out of a reality that has already been established. The trumpets were that moment. The text tells us that Athaliah heard the noise of the people running and praising the king. She heard it from a distance, from wherever she was in the palace complex, removed from the temple courts, insulated in the ordinary routines of her reign. And the sound was wrong. It was the wrong kind of noise for a normal morning in Jerusalem. It was a sound she had not expected, had not authorized, and did not understand. She came to the temple. What she found when she arrived, the child standing at the pillar of coronation, the crown on his head, the trumpeters around him, the leaders and the people rejoicing, was so far outside anything she had anticipated that her response, recorded faithfully in the text, is almost pitiable in its disorientation. She tore her robes, and she cried, "Treason! Treason!" The irony of this moment is so complete that it borders on darkly comic. Here was a woman who had seized the throne through the mass murder of her own grandchildren, who had ruled Judah for 6 years through force and political will, who had dismantled the religious traditions of the nation and redirected its sacred resources toward her own devotional preferences, and she was crying treason. The person standing at the pillar of coronation was the legitimate heir to the throne that she had stolen. The people rejoicing around him were the people whose king he was by right of birth, by covenant, by every principle of legitimate succession that the Judean tradition recognized. She was the usurper. She had always been the usurper, and now, in this moment, she could see it. Could see it in the faces around her, in the weapons in the hands of the guards, in the certainty of the high priest watching her with the patient calm of a man who has been waiting 6 years for exactly this. She saw all of it, and she cried treason. Jehoiada's response to her appearance was measured and precise. He did not allow the crowd to kill her in the temple. Whatever she had done, whatever she deserved, the temple was a holy place, and he would not allow it to be defiled with bloodshed. He ordered the military commanders to escort her out of the temple precinct. He was specific about one additional point. Anyone who followed her was to be executed with her. She was taken through the horse gate of the palace, the service entrance used for animals and equipment, and she was killed there. The text records no final words, no dramatic speech, no appeal or negotiation or bargain. She arrived at the temple crying treason, and she was dead before the morning was over. 6 years. That was all it had taken. 6 years of a child sleeping in secret. 6 years of a high priest waiting and watching and planning. 6 years of weapons stored in an armory, waiting for hands that would use them in the right cause. 6 years of trumpets that had not yet sounded. And then one morning, the trumpets sounded. Athalia's death was not simply the end of a political reign. It was the end of a particular kind of claim. The claim that raw power, exercised without accountability, is sufficient foundation for legitimate rule. She had seized the throne through violence. She had maintained it through suppression. Suppression of the Davidic line. Suppression of the covenantal religious tradition. Suppression of the priesthood's proper function. Her regime was a demonstration of what happens when power becomes its own justification. She did not claim to rule because she had the right. She claimed to rule because she could, and because she had made it impossible, as she thought, for anyone else to do so. This is a pattern that recurs throughout human history with enough regularity to be considered almost a law. Regimes built on suppression eventually encounter the thing they could not suppress. Sometimes it is a movement, sometimes it is an idea, sometimes it is a person. In this case, it was a 7-year-old child who had been hiding in a temple, alive and growing and waiting to step into the light. The speed of Athalia's fall, from the moment the trumpet sounded to the moment she was dead, is worth noting. The text does not record any military resistance on her behalf. There are no loyal soldiers fighting their way into the temple to defend her. There are no supporters who rally to her cause when they learn what is happening. She arrived at the temple alone, or nearly so, and she died without a battle. This is what happens when a regime's foundation is fear rather than loyalty. When the thing that held it together was simply the absence of alternatives. The moment an alternative appeared, standing in the sunlight with a crown on its head, the foundation dissolved. There was nothing underneath it. The people were not mourning her. They were the ones making the noise that had drawn her to the temple. The noise of rejoicing. The noise of her people recognizing suddenly that the future they had given up on had been alive all along. There is a moment that the text records almost in passing, but that deserves more attention than it usually receives. After Athaliah is removed from the temple and before her execution, the text notes that Jehoiada positioned the officers of hundreds over the host, and all the people of the land went to the house of Baal and break it down. His altars and his images break they in pieces thoroughly, and slew Matan the priest of Baal before the altars. Matan, we have his name. The priest of Baal who had been installed in the place of the legitimate Levitical priesthood. He died at the altars he had served, the altars that were now being systematically demolished by the people who had just watched a 7-year-old receive the crown of David. The speed of this religious reversal is almost disorienting. One morning, Baal worship was the state religion of Judah, enforced by royal authority and maintained by an official priesthood. By mid-morning, the queen who had promoted it was dead, and the people were tearing down the altars they had been required to maintain. This tells us something important about the depth of popular support for Athaliah's religious program. It was shallow. It was maintained by power, not by conviction. The moment the power collapsed, the program collapsed with it. The people did not need to be persuaded to tear down the Baal altars. They moved to do it immediately without instruction, as if they had been waiting for the permission that a living Davidic heir now represented. What Jehoiada did next is one of the most important and least celebrated acts in the entire narrative of the monarchy period. He did not simply restore political order. He did not simply install a new king and issue new administrative directives. He led the nation in covenant renewal. The text in 2 Chronicles 23 records that Jehoiada made a covenant between himself and between all the people and between the king that they should be the Lord's people. This is a specific theological act with deep roots in the tradition that Jehoiada had spent his life serving. It echoed the covenant renewal ceremonies of Moses at Sinai, of Joshua at Shechem, of the various moments throughout Israel's history when the people had gathered to formally reaffirm their identity as the people of the God who had called Abraham out of Ur and spoken to Moses from the burning bush. The covenant had three parties: God, the king, and the people. This triangular structure was not accidental. It defined the terms of the relationship that the monarchy was supposed to embody. The king was not God's replacement. He was God's representative, accountable to the covenant, subject to the law, responsible for the spiritual health of the community he led. The people were not subjects of the king in the absolute sense. They were members of a community defined by covenant with God, and the king's legitimacy derived from his faithfulness to that covenant. This was the opposite of the political philosophy Athaliah had brought with her from the house of Omri. It was the reason she had to be removed, not just because she was politically illegitimate, though she was, but because her presence was an ongoing distortion of the fundamental relationship between Israel's God, Israel's king, and Israel's people. The covenant renewal reset that relationship. It made explicit and public what the coronation had implied. This was not simply a change of rulers. It was a return to the proper ordering of reality, the reality that had been hidden, like the child himself, behind the walls of the temple for 6 years. The destruction of the Baal temple and the reinstatement of the proper temple service were the concrete expressions of this covenant renewal. The text records that Jehoiada set the offices of the house of the Lord under the hand of the priests the Levites, whom David had distributed in the house of the Lord, to offer the burnt offerings of the Lord, as it is written in the law of Moses, with rejoicing and with singing, as it was ordained by David. Every element of this restoration has a specific referent. The distribution of Levitical duties according to David's ordinance links the restored worship directly to the pattern established by the founder of the dynasty, whose heir now sat on the throne. The offering of burnt offerings, as written in the law of Moses, links it to the foundational covenant document that Joash had been given at his coronation. The rejoicing and singing links it to the worship tradition of the Psalms, a tradition that the Baal worship had displaced but had not destroyed. The temple that had been Joash's hiding place was now becoming, under his reign, the centre of a national spiritual restoration. The building that had protected him was now serving the function it had been built to serve. The circle was completing itself. Joash was 7 years old when he became king of Judah. He would reign for 40 years, one of the longest reigns in the history of the southern kingdom. He would oversee a significant restoration of the temple itself, establishing the first systematic fundraising and repair program in the building's history. He would, by most measures, be remembered as a reforming king, a positive figure in the difficult history of Judah's monarchy. He would also, later in his reign, make decisions that the biblical chroniclers record with sadness and even condemnation. The story of Joash is not a simple story of a man who was saved as an infant and lived perfectly ever after. The trajectory of his later years, particularly his relationship with the sons of Jehoiada after the high priest's death, contains its own complicated chapters that belong to a different telling. But on this day, in the temple courts, with the crown new on his head and the trumpet still echoing against the stone walls of Jerusalem, he was simply a child stepping out of the shadows and into his inheritance. The text records that all the people of the land rejoiced, and the city was quiet. The city was quiet. After 6 years of Athaliah's reign, after the chaos of the royal massacre, after the disorientation of watching the covenantal traditions of the nation being systematically dismantled, the city was quiet. Not the silence of suppression, not the silence of fear, the silence that comes after great noise, after the noise of trumpets and shouting and the tearing down of altars, when the storm has passed and the air is still and everyone is catching their breath and beginning, slowly, to understand that something has permanently changed. The temple that had hidden Joash for 6 years now became, under his early reign, the focus of his most significant royal project. The text in 2 Kings 12 gives a detailed account of Joash's temple repair program, the establishment of a collection chest at the gate of the temple, the systematic gathering of silver from the people, the engagement of craftsmen to carry out the necessary repairs. The temple had been damaged during Athaliah's reign. The sons of that wicked woman had broken into its sacred precincts and taken its dedicated vessels for Baal worship. The building itself had deteriorated. The repair program was not simply architectural maintenance. It was a statement of values, a declaration of what Joash's reign was for, a way of saying to the people of Judah, the thing that protected me in my most vulnerable years, the thing that stood when everything else fell, deserves to be honoured, maintained, and restored. There is something quietly moving about this. The child who was hidden behind temple walls grows up to dedicate the resources of his kingdom to maintaining those walls. This sanctuary becomes the subject of his royal attention. He owes it not just gratitude, but stewardship. The story of Joash has survived 3,000 years not because it is the most dramatic story in the biblical record. It is not, but because it speaks to something that every generation has recognized as true in its own experience, the experience of hidden hope. There are moments in history, or in personal history, in national history, in the history of communities and traditions and ideas, when everything that matters appears to have been extinguished, when the forces of suppression, or violence, or simple entropy have done their work thoroughly enough that the future seems genuinely foreclosed, when the question stops being, how do things improve, and starts being, is there anything left to improve? Joash's story answers that question not with an argument but with a narrative. Sometimes there is something left, something hidden, something growing quietly in a space that the forces of destruction have not thought to check, something that does not announce itself until it is ready, something that waits with a patience that seems, from the outside, indistinguishable from absence. The 6 years of Joash's hidden life are, in the theological framework of the text, a demonstration of a particular kind of faithfulness, not the dramatic trumpet-sounding faithfulness of victory, but the quiet, daily, unglamorous faithfulness of maintenance, of keeping the child fed, of keeping the secret, of rotating the guards according to schedule and maintaining the morning and evening sacrifices, and not allowing the external darkness to extinguish the internal light. Jehoiada is the great hero of this story in some ways, greater perhaps than the child himself. He did not do anything spectacular. He did not call down fire from heaven or part a sea or defeat an army with 300 men. He hid a baby, raised a child, built a network, and waited. He brought weapons out of storage and positioned soldiers at gates and swore oaths in the dark. He waited 6 years. And then, when the moment was right, he acted. The spiritual reading of this narrative, which has been a constant across Jewish, Christian, and even Islamic engagements with the biblical text, tends to focus on the idea of divine preservation operating through apparently ordinary human actions. The text does not record a dramatic divine intervention in the story of Joash. There are no angels, there are no miraculous signs, there is no voice from heaven directing Jehosheba to the right room or Jehoiada to the right commanders. There is a woman running through a palace. There is a high priest making a decision. There is a child who does not know what he represents sleeping in a room in a temple, while the world outside undergoes its 6 years of darkness. The theological point, as the tradition has generally understood it, is that these ordinary actions are themselves the divine preservation. The covenant that God made with David, the promise that his descendants would always have someone to sit on the throne, was not maintained by supernatural intervention, but by the courage and patience and faithfulness of 2 human beings who decided to act as though the promise was still operative, even when every visible sign suggested it had been cancelled. This is a demanding kind of faith. It is much easier to believe in a promise when you can see evidence of its fulfillment. It is much harder to act as though the promise is still true, when what you can see is the Queen of Baal worship sitting on David's throne, and the royal family lying dead in the palace. Jehosheba and Jehoiada acted as though the promise was still true for 6 years. Day after day, through every rotation of the priestly calendar, through every morning sacrifice and every evening offering, through whatever doubts and fears and exhaustions must have accompanied 6 years of keeping a child alive in secret, they acted as though it was still true. And it was. It had always been. It simply needed the right moment to become visible. The story of Joash and Athaliah takes place at a period in ancient Near Eastern history that is, for its era, unusually well documented. The 9th century before the Common Era is a period in which the broad outlines of Israelite and Judean history can be correlated with archaeological evidence and with records from neighbouring kingdoms, particularly Assyria, whose annals provide an important external check on the internal biblical chronology. The dynasty of Omri, the family from which Athaliah came, appears in the Assyrian records. The Tel Dan stele, discovered in northern Israel in 1993 and 94, contains a reference to the House of David in an inscription that most scholars date to the 9th century, providing external epigraphic evidence for the existence of the Davidic dynasty in exactly the period the Joash narrative describes. The Mesha stele, from roughly the same period, provides additional context for the political environment of the two kingdoms. None of these external sources corroborate the specific events of Joash's rescue and coronation. That is not surprising. Ancient Near Eastern records, including the Assyrian annals, are not comprehensive chronicles of every political event in every neighbouring state. They record what their authors considered worth recording, which was primarily military victory, tribute receipt, and the demonstration of royal power. What the archaeological record does provide is a richly textured background for the kind of world in which this story takes place. The physical layout of Jerusalem in the 9th century, the Temple Mount, the palace complex to the south, the city walls, the gates, has been partially recoverable through decades of careful excavation. The material culture of priestly service, the altars, the cultic vessels, the storage facilities, is increasingly well understood through finds from the period. The temple itself, as Solomon built it, has never been found. The continuous occupation of the site makes excavation impossible, but its dimensions and general design as described in 1 Kings 6 are consistent with what we know of comparable structures from the ancient Near East, and analogous temples from the period have been identified at other sites. The world of Joash is real. The politics are real. The physical spaces in which the story unfolds are real. The specific events may be available to us only through the biblical text, but they are set against a background that archaeology continues to illuminate with increasing detail. Of all the characters in this narrative, Jehosheba may be the one whose inner life deserves the most extended contemplation. She was a princess, the daughter of a king, the sister of a king, the wife of the high priest. She had status, position, and visibility. She also had, on the night of the massacre, a choice that most people in similar situations have made in the direction of self-preservation. Do nothing, see nothing, survive. She did not make that choice. What moved her? The text does not tell us. It does not give us access to her internal deliberation in the moments before she grabbed the infant. It simply records that she acted. She saw what was happening, she understood what it meant, and she did the thing that no one else apparently thought to do or was willing to do. The Second Chronicles version of the story adds one detail that the King's version omits. It tells us that Jehosheba was the wife of Jehoiada. This is significant for several reasons. It establishes a direct connection between the royal family and the priesthood. Jehosheba was the bridge between the two institutions that collaborated in Joash's rescue and eventual coronation. It also raises the possibility that the decision to bring Joash to the temple was not made in complete isolation, that Jehosheba may have had some prior understanding with her husband, some awareness that the temple represented a safe harbour if the worst ever happened. Whether that is the case, we cannot know. What we can say is that Jehosheba made a decision in a moment of extreme danger that altered the course of Judean history, and that her decision required both courage and clarity of vision that most people, in similar circumstances, have not demonstrated. She is not celebrated in the tradition as widely as she might be. She does not have a book of the Bible named after her. She does not appear in the lists of heroes of faith that have been compiled across the centuries. She's a secondary character in a story that is usually told as the story of Jehoiada's plan and Joash's coronation. But the story begins with her. Without the running woman and the crying infant and the decision made in the dark, there is no plan and no coronation and no restoration. There is only Athaliah ruling unopposed, the covenant apparently broken, the lamp of David extinguished. Jehosheba kept the lamp lit. Jehoiada is one of the most fascinating figures in the entire biblical narrative of the monarchy period, and he is consistently underestimated by readers who focus on the dramatic coronation scene without attending to the 6 years that preceded it. The text of 2 Chronicles records at the end of the Joash narrative that Jehoiada died and they buried him in the city of David among the kings, because he had done good in Israel, both toward God and toward his house. To be buried among the kings, in the royal tombs, was an honour given to almost no one outside the actual royal family. It was the chronicler's way of saying that Jehoiada had been, in the most important sense, a king of Israel, a leader whose faithfulness had shaped the nation's destiny. He was, by any reasonable estimate, extremely old when he died. The text states that he was 130 years old, a figure that some interpreters take literally and others understand as an expression of exceptional longevity in the tradition of the patriarchs. Either way, the intent is clear. This was a man whose life spanned an extraordinary arc of history, who had seen the rise and fall of multiple reigns, and who had outlasted them all. The patience that his 6 years of waiting required was not the patience of a young man. It was the patience of someone who had seen enough history to know that moments of genuine change are rare, that they cannot be forced, and that the attempt to force them prematurely destroys the possibility of real transformation. Jehoiada waited because he understood waiting. He understood that the child needed to grow. He understood that the alliances needed to be built carefully. He understood that one premature move would end everything. He also understood something else, that his own role was instrumental, not central. He was not the king. He was not the heir. He was the priest, the guardian, the preparer, the one who would step back when the time came and let the legitimate authority be seen and recognized. This is a kind of leadership that is rare in any era, and it deserves recognition. What do we make of the child himself? He was innocent of everything that was done in his name during those 6 years. He did not choose to be born a prince. He did not choose to be hidden. He did not choose to be the focal point of a conspiracy that risked the lives of dozens of people who knew his secret. He simply was, alive when everyone believed him dead, growing when the world outside thought the line had ended. His coronation was not an achievement, it was a revelation. The crown was placed on his head not because he had earned it, but because it had always been his, because he was who he was, and who he was had been waiting 6 years for the moment when it could be publicly known. There is something in this that resonates with every story of an identity claimed after years of concealment. The person who steps out of hiding and says, in effect, "I was here all along. You thought I was gone. I was not gone." Joash's later history is mixed, as is the history of almost every human being who is handed an extraordinary inheritance before they are old enough to fully understand its weight. He did good things, he also made mistakes. He carried the crown with varying degrees of grace. But in the moment of his coronation, in the temple courts with the trumpets sounding and the people shouting, "Long live the king," he was simply the fulfillment of something that had been promised long before his birth, something that had been threatened by forces larger than any one person, and something that had survived. Barely, quietly, stubbornly, impossibly, because two people had decided it was worth protecting. The sun is beginning to set over Jerusalem. The city is different than it was this morning. Quieter, in the way that things are quiet after great change. Not the silence of absence, but the silence of settling. of a world that has rearranged itself around a new centre of gravity and is still adjusting to the adjustment. Somewhere in the palace, a 7-year-old boy is being dressed for sleep by servants who, this time yesterday, believed he did not exist. He has worn a crown for the first time today. He has heard his own name spoken in public for the first time. He has seen the faces of the people who are now, officially, irrevocably, and forever his, until he dies or fails them, whichever comes first. He does not yet know the weight of what he carries. He is 7 years old. He knows the temple and the priests and the smell of incense and the sound of the morning and evening prayers. He knows Jehoiada's voice and Jehosheba's hands. He knows what it is to live in a small room and be told, over and over, that the world is larger than what he can see. Today he saw it. The world outside the temple walls. The city on the hill, the faces of the crowd, the trumpets and the shouting, and the terrible sight of a woman tearing her robes and screaming a word that he is still, perhaps, trying to understand. Tomorrow he will begin the long work of being king. It will take years, all the years of his life with varying degrees of success. There will be days when he remembers what Jehoiada taught him and acts accordingly. There will be days when he forgets. But tonight, he is simply a child who survived something that should have killed him, a child who was hidden and found and crowned and is now, finally, allowed to simply be. For 6 years, the future of a kingdom slept quietly behind temple walls, while darkness ruled publicly, while the altars of Baal burned and the sacred vessels of the temple were redirected toward foreign gods, and the people of Judah went about their lives believing that the house of David had ended on the night Athaliah's soldiers moved through the palace. While all of that was happening in a room somewhere inside the temple complex, a child was breathing, just living, just growing, one day at a time, into the person he was always going to be. Restoration is often not loud. It does not always announce itself. It does not always arrive with trumpets. Or if it does, those trumpets are preceded by years of silence, years of maintenance, years of doing the small and unglamorous work of keeping something alive when the world has given it up for dead. The people who do that work, the Jehoshebas and Jehoiadas of every era, rarely receive the recognition that the kings and the prophets receive. They work in the background. They keep the secret. They rotate the guards and maintain the schedule and make sure the lamp stays lit. They wait. They wait because they know something the world does not know yet. They know that what looks finished is not finished, that what looks extinguished is not extinguished, that the promise that was spoken over a shepherd boy in Bethlehem is not the kind of promise that can be cancelled by a night of violence or 6 years of usurpation. It can be hidden. It can be protected in secret. It can be preserved by human hands doing ordinary things with extraordinary faithfulness. And then, when the moment arrives, when the alliances are in place, and the weapons are distributed, and the guards are positioned and everything is ready, it can step out into the sunlight and be seen. Long live the king. Let the night carry you now. Let the image of that temple settle in your mind. The stone walls cool in the night air, the lamps burning as they have burned every night for 40 years, the smell of cedar and incense that has soaked into the very walls of the place. Somewhere in those walls, for 6 years, a child slept, the last of his line. The fulfillment of a promise that most people had stopped believing was still in force. He was there all along, and what was true of him may be true of things you are waiting for. Things you have been told are gone, ended, finished. Things you have almost stopped hoping for yourself. Sometimes the promise is not loud. Sometimes it is not visible. Sometimes it is breathing quietly in a room you didn't know was there, waiting for the appointed moment, growing slowly in the dark, tended by faithful hands, waiting for the trumpets. Let your eyes close. Let your breathing slow. Let Jerusalem fade into the soft darkness behind your eyelids, and let the sound of those trumpets, ancient, real, irresistible, follow you gently down into sleep. Long live the king, long live the promise. Good night. Before we begin tonight's journey through one of the most remarkable stories of courage and wisdom from ancient scripture, I want to take just a moment to connect with you, our community of listeners spread across the world. If you're enjoying this content and finding value in these stories, using your hype points on this video truly helps the channel more than you could possibly know. It is one of the most powerful ways you can support what we do here, and if you're listening on Spotify, leaving a review helps us reach more people who might benefit from these contemplative narratives. We also love hearing from you in the comments. If you feel like sharing, let us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're tuning in from. We absolutely love seeing the global community that gathers here each night. And of course, if you enjoy this content and haven't already, subscribing means you'll never miss a story. Now, let's turn our attention to a tale from ancient Israel, a story that unfolds in the wilderness during one of the most turbulent periods in biblical history. This is not a story of armies clashing or kingdoms falling. Instead, it's something far more profound. A story about how one woman's wisdom prevented a massacre, changed the course of destiny, and revealed that sometimes the greatest victories come not through violence, but through discernment. Imagine a moment when history balances on a knife's edge, when anger threatens to consume reason, when vengeance seems not only justified, but inevitable. And then imagine a single voice, calm, measured, fearless, that changes everything. This is the story of Abigail, a woman whose name deserves to be remembered alongside the great heroes of faith. While warriors are celebrated for their strength and kings for their power, Abigail earned her place in sacred history through something rarer and more precious, the wisdom to see what needed to be done and the courage to do it. Her story takes place during a transitional period in Israel's history, a time of uncertainty and violence, when the old order was dying, but the new order had not yet been born. It was an era that tested everyone who lived through it, demanding choices that would echo through generations. Chapter 1. The Wilderness King. The wilderness of Paran stretched endlessly beneath a merciless sun, a landscape of stone and dust where only the hardiest could survive. In this unforgiving terrain, David lived as an outlaw, though destiny had already marked him for something far greater. Years earlier, the prophet Samuel had anointed him in secret, pouring sacred oil over the head of a shepherd boy and declaring him the future king of Israel. But standing between David and that throne was Saul, the current king, whose jealousy had turned to murderous obsession. David had done nothing to deserve this persecution except succeed where Saul had failed, slaying Goliath, winning battles, earning the love of the people. The irony of David's situation was profound and painful. He had been chosen by God, anointed by God's prophet, promised a kingdom and a dynasty. Yet he lived in caves and hid in the wilderness like a criminal. He commanded the loyalty of hundreds of brave men, yet possessed no land to call his own. He was Israel's greatest warrior, yet he spent his days running from Israel's king rather than defending Israel's borders. So David ran. He gathered around him a band of men who had also been cast out by society. Those in debt, those in distress, those discontent with the current order. They numbered in the hundreds, these wilderness warriors, and they survived by their wits and their swords in the barren places where civilization's reach grew thin. These were not simple bandits or raiders, despite what some might have claimed. These were men who had been failed by the current system, who saw in David a leader worth following, who believed that Israel's future lay with this anointed fugitive rather than with the increasingly unstable king who currently sat on the throne. They were soldiers without an army, loyal to a king without a kingdom, living in the tension between what was and what would be. Despite his circumstances, David maintained a code of honor that set him apart from common bandits. When he and his men encountered shepherds tending flocks in the wilderness, they didn't rob them. Instead, they protected them from raiders and wild animals, forming a living wall around the vulnerable. They asked nothing in return, operating on the ancient principle that hospitality and mutual aid were sacred bonds, especially in harsh lands where survival often depended on the kindness of strangers. This protection wasn't merely about being nice or maintaining good public relations, though those factors certainly played a role. It was about David's understanding of leadership and justice. He knew that how he acted now in these wilderness years would shape what kind of king he would become. He knew that God was watching, that his character was being tested and refined. He knew that the men who followed him were learning from his example, absorbing his values, becoming the kind of soldiers and leaders who would help him build a kingdom when the time came. The days in the wilderness were long and uncertain. David knew he was destined to be king, yet he lived as a fugitive. He had been chosen by God, yet he hid in caves. He commanded hundreds of loyal men, yet possessed no kingdom. This contradiction defined his existence: anointed but uncrowned, powerful but powerless, righteous but hunted. In these years of waiting, David learned patience. He learned to trust in divine timing rather than his own ambition. Twice he had opportunities to kill Saul and seize the throne by force, and twice he refused, unwilling to raise his hand against the Lord's anointed. Even though that same anointed king sought his destruction, David would not force God's hand. He would not take by violence what had been promised to him through providence. The first opportunity came in a cave at En-Gedi, where Saul entered alone, unaware that David and his men were hiding in the darkness deeper within. David's men whispered that God had delivered Saul into their hands, that this was the moment they had been waiting for. But David refused to kill Saul. Instead, he crept forward and cut off a corner of Saul's robe, then immediately felt guilty even for that small act of disrespect toward God's anointed. When Saul left the cave, David emerged and called out to him, showing him the piece of robe, proving that he could have killed Saul, but chose mercy instead. The second opportunity came in the wilderness of Ziph, where David and his nephew Abishai crept into Saul's camp at night and found the king sleeping, his spear stuck in the ground near his head. Again, David's companion urged him to kill Saul. One thrust of that spear would end the threat, forever. Again, David refused, taking only the spear and a water jug as proof of their visit, leaving Saul alive despite the danger he represented. These incidents revealed David's character. He would not compromise his principles even when doing so would have solved all his problems. He would not sin to escape persecution. He would not take by violence what God had promised to give him through providence. This restraint was not weakness but strength, the strength of a man who trusted God enough to wait, even when waiting was agonizing. But patience, as anyone who has practiced it knows, can be worn thin by hardship. And in the wilderness, hardship was the only constant companion. The sun beat down mercilessly during the day. The cold crept in at night. Water was scarce. Food was uncertain. Danger lurked constantly, not just from Saul's pursuing army, but from the wild animals and hostile tribes that inhabited the desert places. David and his men existed in a state of perpetual alertness, never fully resting, always watching the horizons for signs of threat. They moved frequently, never staying in one place long enough to be tracked and cornered. They relied on the hospitality of those who supported David's cause, but such supporters were increasingly reluctant to help openly, fearing Saul's reprisal. In this context of constant stress and uncertainty, maintaining discipline and morale became a daily challenge. Men who were hungry and tired could become dangerous and unpredictable. Men who felt dishonoured could demand satisfaction. Men who had given up everything to follow a fugitive king needed to believe that their sacrifice meant something, that the promises would eventually be fulfilled. David understood all of this. He understood that leadership in the wilderness required not just military skill, but emotional intelligence, not just strategic thinking, but moral clarity. His men needed to see that their cause was just, that their leader was worthy, that their suffering had purpose. This is why the insult from Nabal cut so deeply. It wasn't just a personal affront to David. It was an attack on the entire enterprise, a public declaration that David and his men were worthless, that their protection meant nothing, that they deserved no respect or consideration. For men living on the edge of survival, maintaining their honour was not a luxury but a necessity. Without honour, they were just bandits. With honour, they were a kingdom waiting to be born. Chapter 2. The Wealthy Fool. Not far from where David and his men made their camp, In the fertile regions where the wilderness gave way to cultivated land, there lived a man named Nabal. His name meant fool, and seldom has a name been more prophetically appropriate. Whether his parents named him this at birth, recognizing something in his infant character, or whether it was a name he acquired later in life due to his behaviour, the text does not say. But by the time we meet him in this story, the name fits perfectly. Nabal was a fool, not in the sense of lacking intelligence. He had successfully managed substantial business operations and accumulated significant wealth. But in the deeper biblical sense of moral and spiritual folly, he was a fool because he lived as if there were no consequences to his actions, as if power and wealth made him immune to the natural order of justice, as if he could treat others with contempt without eventually facing the results of that contempt. Nabal was extraordinarily wealthy by the standards of his time and place. He owned 3,000 sheep and 1,000 goats, a fortune in livestock that required numerous servants and shepherds to manage. His wealth came from the land around Maon, and his business operations extended into Carmel, a fertile region where his flocks could graze and multiply. To put this wealth in perspective, most families in ancient Israel might own a few sheep or goats. A moderately prosperous family might have a dozen or two. A wealthy family might have 50 or 100. Nabal had thousands. His flocks represented not just wealth, but power, economic influence, social status, the ability to employ many people and control significant resources. This wealth had come to him through inheritance, business acumen, or some combination of both. The text doesn't detail how he acquired it, but it does make clear that he knew how to maintain and grow it. Shearing season, when his sheep were harvested for their wool, was a major commercial event that generated substantial revenue. The wool would be sold to traders, who would transport it to cities where it would be processed into cloth, which would then be made into garments. Nabal sat at the beginning of this economic chain, producing the raw material that fed an entire industry. Despite his material abundance, Nabal was poor in the qualities that truly matter. He was harsh in his dealings with others, seeing every interaction as a transaction to be one rather than a relationship to be honoured. He was stubborn, refusing to consider perspectives other than his own. He spoke cruelly and acted without wisdom, believing that his wealth gave him license to treat others with contempt. His harshness manifested in multiple ways. He drove hard bargains with those who had to deal with him, using his economic power to extract maximum value while giving minimum compensation. He spoke roughly to his servants, treating them not as people with dignity but as tools to be used. He ignored the traditional expectations of hospitality and generosity that were central to his culture's moral framework, acting as if his wealth exempted him from social obligations that others had to honour. His stubbornness meant that once he had decided on a course of action, no amount of reasoning could change his mind. He didn't see this as a flaw, but as strength of character, the ability to stick to his guns, to not be swayed by the opinions of others, to maintain his course regardless of circumstances. But there's a difference between principled consistency and foolish inflexibility. Nabal had the latter. He couldn't distinguish between standing firm on important matters and simply being too proud to admit he might be wrong. His household suffered under his character. Servants spoke of him in whispers, careful not to draw his attention or provoke his anger. Those who worked his fields and tended his flocks did so out of necessity, not loyalty. They feared him but didn't respect him. They obeyed him but didn't honour him. The difference might seem subtle, but it's profound. Fear can compel outward compliance, but it breeds resentment and disloyalty. Respect and honour, by contrast, create genuine commitment and faithfulness. The servants in Nabal's household developed elaborate strategies for managing his temper and minimising their contact with him. They learned to anticipate his moods, to stay out of his way when he was in a particularly foul disposition, to present information in ways that wouldn't trigger his anger. It was an exhausting way to live, always walking on eggshells, always calculating how to avoid the next explosion. Nabal inspired fear, perhaps, but never respect. Obedience, certainly, but never devotion. When his servants spoke of him among themselves, It was with resignation and barely concealed contempt. They stayed because they needed employment, because their families depended on the wages he paid, because leaving would mean starting over somewhere else with no guarantee of finding better circumstances. But they would have felt no particular loyalty if circumstances changed. They served Nabal, but they didn't serve him willingly. In this same household lived Nabal's wife, Abigail. The contrast between husband and wife could not have been more striking. Where Nabal was foolish, Abigail was wise. Where he was harsh, she was kind. Where he acted impulsively, she thought carefully. Scripture describes her as intelligent and beautiful, but these surface qualities barely hinted at the depths of her character. Abigail possessed what the ancient Hebrews called chokmah, wisdom that goes beyond mere knowledge to encompass understanding, discernment, and the ability to act rightly in complex situations. She saw not just what was, but what could be. She understood not just facts, but consequences. She could read situations with remarkable accuracy, perceiving the dynamics at play, the motivations of the people involved, the likely outcomes of various courses of action. This kind of wisdom is different from intelligence, though the two often go together. A person can be intelligent, able to learn quickly, to remember facts, to solve abstract problems, without being wise. Wisdom requires not just mental capacity, but emotional maturity, moral clarity, and what we might call situational awareness. It requires seeing the world as it truly is rather than as we wish it to be, and then acting appropriately based on that clear vision. Abigail also possessed tremendous emotional intelligence. She could read people, understanding not just what they said, but what they meant, not just what they claimed to feel, but what they actually felt. This ability made her effective in managing difficult situations and navigating complex social dynamics. She knew when to speak and when to remain silent, when to act boldly and when to exercise patience, when to be direct and when to be diplomatic. In a household ruled by folly, she maintained an island of reason. The servants knew they could come to her when problems arose that needed genuine wisdom, rather than Nabal's typical bluster and cruelty. She quietly smoothed over many situations that her husband's foolishness created, maintaining relationships with neighbours and business partners that Nabal would have destroyed through his harsh dealing. She was, in many ways, the real power holding the household together, even though her husband held the official authority. How she came to be married to such a man, we can only speculate. Perhaps it was an arranged marriage, as was common in that culture. Perhaps her family needed the economic alliance that marriage to a wealthy man provided. Perhaps Nabal had once been different, his character corroded over time by unchecked wealth and power, the way copper turns green with oxidation. Perhaps Abigail had simply done what countless wise people throughout history have done when circumstances placed them under foolish authority. She made the best of an impossible situation, exercising what influence she could while navigating the limitations she could not change. The text doesn't give us her inner thoughts about her marriage, doesn't tell us whether she had loved Nabal once or had always seen him clearly for what he was. It doesn't reveal whether she had been married to him for years or decades, whether they had children together, whether she had ever tried to reform his character or had long since given up that hope. What we know is that she had learned to survive in a difficult household, to maintain her own integrity while married to a man without integrity, to exercise wisdom even when surrounded by foolishness. Whatever the reason for their union, Abigail had learned to live with a difficult truth. She could not change her husband, but she could, when necessary, protect him from the consequences of his own folly. She had probably done this many times before in smaller ways, smoothing over an insult he had given, quietly compensating someone he had cheated, making excuses for behaviour that needed no excuse but would create problems if not addressed. She would soon need to do exactly that, but on a scale she had never faced before. This time, protecting Nabal from the consequences of his folly would require not just quiet diplomacy, but extraordinary courage. This time, the stakes would not be a lost business deal or a damaged reputation, but the lives of everyone in the household. Chapter 3. The Request and the Insult. Shearing time came to Carmel, a season of celebration and prosperity. The sheep had grown their wool through the year, and now that wool would be harvested, sold, and transformed into wealth. For a man as rich as Nabal, shearing time meant the movement of tremendous value, and traditionally, it was also a time of generosity, when wealthy landowners shared their abundance with those who had helped them throughout the year. The cultural expectations around shearing time were well established. It was understood that landowners would host feasts for their workers, would give gifts to those who had provided assistance during the year, would demonstrate through their generosity that they understood their wealth came not just from their own efforts, but from the broader community's support and cooperation. Stinginess during shearing time was considered shameful, a violation of social norms that could damage a person's reputation and standing in the community. David learned that Nabal was shearing his sheep in Carmel. He knew that his men had spent months protecting those very shepherds and flocks, forming a wall of protection around them in the lawless wilderness. Not a single sheep had been stolen, not one shepherd had been harmed. The shepherds themselves had acknowledged this protection, had been grateful for it, had recognized that David's men could have taken what they wanted but instead had acted honorably. The protection David's men had provided was substantial and valuable. The wilderness was full of threats, raiding parties from neighboring tribes, wild animals like lions and bears, even individual thieves who would steal sheep and disappear into the wasteland. Shepherds were vulnerable, often young men or boys armed with nothing more than a staff and a sling. The presence of David's armed warriors created a zone of safety around Nabal's flocks that would otherwise not have existed. Moreover, David's men had not just refrained from stealing, they had actively protected the shepherds and flocks from others who would have stolen. This was the service of professional soldiers, security that someone like Nabal would normally have to pay for. David had provided it for free, asking nothing at the time, trusting in the traditional customs of hospitality and reciprocity that governed relations in that society. David's band had asked for nothing in return at the time, but now, at this season of plenty, he thought it reasonable to request some provisions. This was not extortion or a protection racket, though some might try to characterize it that way. This was a legitimate request based on services rendered, framed within the cultural expectations of that time and place. David was not demanding specific payment or threatening consequences. He was simply asking, during a season of abundance, if Nabal might share some of his prosperity with those who had helped protect it. He chose 10 young men from among his followers and gave them careful instructions. They were to approach Nabal with respect and courtesy. They were to greet him with words of peace and blessing. They were to remind him of the protection David's men had provided. And they were to make a humble request for whatever provisions Nabal felt appropriate to share. David's careful instructions reveal his understanding of how to approach such situations. He didn't send his most intimidating warriors or his roughest veterans. He sent young men who would seem less threatening. He didn't demand or threaten. He requested humbly. He didn't specify what he wanted or how much. He left it to Nabal's discretion, trusting in the man's sense of obligation and generosity. The messengers found Nabal at Carmel and delivered their message exactly as instructed. They spoke with deference and humility. They emphasized peace and friendship. They detailed the protection they had provided without compensation. And they asked, politely, if Nabal might share some food with David's men during this prosperous time. The greeting they delivered was formal and respectful. Long life to you, good health to you and your household, and good health to all that is yours. Now I hear that it is sheep shearing time. When your shepherds were with us, we did not mistreat them, and the whole time they were at Carmel nothing of theirs was missing. Ask your own servants, and they will tell you. Therefore be favourable toward my men, since we come at a festive time. Please give your servants and your son David whatever you can find for them. Every element of this message was calibrated to be non-threatening and respectful. The blessing at the beginning, the acknowledgement that this was a festive time, the invitation to verify their claims with his own servants, the humble request for whatever he could spare, the reference to David as Nabal's son, a term of respect indicating David's willingness to position himself as Nabal's inferior in this exchange. Nothing in the message could reasonably be interpreted as threatening or disrespectful. Nabal's response revealed the full extent of his character, his foolishness, his contempt for those he considered beneath him. "Who is David?" he sneered. "Who is this son of Jesse? Many servants are breaking away from their masters these days. Why should I take my bread and water and the meat I've slaughtered for my shearers and give it to men coming from who knows where?" The insult was carefully constructed and deliberately offensive. Every phrase was chosen to wound, to diminish, to express contempt. "Who is David?" This opening question pretended ignorance of one of the most famous men in Israel. David had killed Goliath in front of 2 armies. He had led successful military campaigns. He had been celebrated in songs sung throughout the nation. Everyone knew who David was. Nabal's pretense of not knowing was a calculated insult, suggesting that David was so insignificant as to be beneath notice. Who is this son of Jesse? By reducing David to son of Jesse, Nabal stripped him of any titles or honours, any recognition of his accomplishments. He wasn't the warrior who killed Goliath. He wasn't the commander who routed the Philistines. He was just Jesse's boy, a nobody from nowhere, presumably someone of no importance or standing. Many servants are breaking away from their masters these days. This comparison was particularly venomous. Nabal was explicitly comparing David and his men to runaway slaves, to criminals who had fled their legal obligations, to rebels without legitimate cause. He was saying that David was not a warrior or a leader, but an outlaw, a troublemaker, someone who had abandoned his proper place in society and now lived outside the bounds of law and decency. "Why should I take my bread and water and the meat I've slaughtered for my shearers and give it to men coming from who knows where?" This final section doubled down on the insult. By calling his provisions my bread, my water, my meat, emphasizing the possessive, emphasizing his ownership, Nabal made clear that he felt no obligation to share anything with anyone. The phrase, "men coming from who knows where," suggested that David's men were not just strangers, but potentially dangerous drifters, people of unknown origin and probably criminal character. The entire response violated every norm of hospitality, generosity, and basic human decency that governed that culture. Even if Nabal had wanted to refuse the request, there were polite ways to do so. He could have claimed he had already distributed all his excess provisions. He could have offered a token amount as a gesture of goodwill. He could have explained that times were hard and he needed to be careful with his resources. Any of these responses would have been socially acceptable, maintaining face for both parties. Instead, Nabal chose the most offensive possible response. He didn't just refuse help, he mocked and insulted the men who had provided him protection. He didn't just say no, he impugned their character, questioned their legitimacy, and treated them with open contempt. The messengers returned to David with empty hands and full reports of Nabal's contemptuous response. As they spoke, repeating Nabal's insults word for word, David's face darkened with anger. We can imagine the scene, the messengers delivering their report, probably with some embarrassment on behalf of the man they served, and David's reaction building as each phrase of Nabal's response was recounted. Here was a man who had treated David's kindness as weakness, who had returned good with evil, who had mocked and insulted him before his own men. David's restraint, his patience, his honour, all of it had been thrown back in his face by a wealthy fool who apparently believed his riches made him untouchable. For David, this was more than a personal insult. It was an attack on his authority, his legitimacy, his honour before his men. The men who followed David had given up everything to join him. Their homes, their security, their place in normal society. They followed him because they believed in him, because they thought he was destined for greatness, because they trusted his leadership. If David allowed himself and his men to be insulted with impunity, if he let some wealthy landowner treat them with contempt without consequences, how long before his authority eroded? How long before his men started to doubt whether following him had been the right choice? David's response was immediate and decisive. "Each of you strap on your sword," he commanded his men. They obeyed without hesitation, and 400 armed warriors prepared to march on Nabal's household. David himself strapped on his sword as well, his jaw set in grim determination. 400 men. Not a small raiding party, but a small army. Enough warriors to overwhelm. Any defence Nabal's household could mount to ensure total victory, to make absolutely certain that the message would be delivered with devastating force. As they marched, David's thoughts spiralled into righteous fury. His anger was not irrational. By any reasonable standard, he had been wronged. He had provided valuable service and asked reasonable compensation. He had approached respectfully and been answered with contempt. By the standards of that time and culture, he would have been justified in seeking satisfaction for the insult. "It's been useless, all my watching over this fellow's property in the wilderness so that nothing of his was missing," he said to those around him, his voice bitter with the taste of betrayal. "He has paid me back evil for good. May God deal with David, be it ever so severely, if by morning I leave alive one male of all who belong to him." The oath was traditional and binding. David had sworn before God that he would kill every man in Nabal's household before the sun rose again. Not just Nabal himself, but every male in the household. Servants, shepherds, anyone who lived under Nabal's authority. It was a blood oath, the kind that could not be taken back easily, the kind that committed David to a course of action from which retreat would bring shame. This oath reveals both David's fury and the cultural context in which he operated. In that time and place, honour killings in response to grievous insults were not uncommon. A man who failed to defend his honour and the honour of his men risked losing their respect and loyalty. The ancient world operated on codes of honour and shame that modern readers sometimes find difficult to fully understand. David was not being randomly violent. He was responding according to the logic of his culture and his circumstances. Yet even in his anger, even in his oath, there was something troubling. 400 warriors marching to slaughter an entire household because the head of that household had been rude. Women and children and servants who had done nothing wrong would die alongside the guilty party. This felt less like justice, and more like massacre, less like righteous anger, and more like disproportionate vengeance. But David, consumed by his fury, was not thinking clearly about proportionality or justice. He was thinking about respect and honour, about protecting his position as leader, about demonstrating to his men that no one could treat them with contempt without facing consequences. 400 warriors marched through the wilderness toward Carmel. Behind them, dust rose in clouds visible for miles. Before them, death waited to be delivered. The machinery of vengeance had been set in motion, and nothing, it seemed, could stop it. The march would take several hours, enough time for word to reach Nabal's household, enough time for terror to build, enough time for people to realise that death was coming and there was nothing they could do to stop it. But this reckoning had not accounted for Abigail. No one had considered that there might be someone in Nabal's household who possessed the wisdom to see a different path, the courage to take it, and the skill to persuade an angry warrior to abandon his sworn oath. Chapter 4. The Wisdom of a Careful Listener. One of Nabal's young servants, observing the exchange between his master and David's messengers, immediately understood the catastrophic danger. Unlike his employer, this young man possessed both intelligence and survival instinct. He didn't waste time trying to convince Nabal to change his mind. He knew that would be futile. Instead, he went directly to the one person in the household who might be able to do something: Abigail. The servant's decision to approach Abigail rather than Nabal tells us something important about the household dynamics. The servants knew who really held power, who could really solve problems, who possessed the wisdom and capability to address crises. It wasn't the man who held official authority. It was the woman who had earned genuine respect through her character and competence. "David sent messengers from the wilderness to give our master his greetings," the servant explained urgently, his words tumbling out in his haste to convey the full scope of the danger. But he hurled insults at them. Yet these men were very good to us. They did not mistreat us, and the whole time we were herding our sheep near them, nothing was missing. Night and day they were a wall around us the entire time we were with them taking care of our flocks. The servant's testimony was crucial. He confirmed that David's claims were absolutely true. The protection had been real, substantial, and valuable. He used vivid language, a wall around us night and day, to convey how complete and reliable that protection had been. He wanted Abigail to understand that David's request had been entirely reasonable, and that Nabal's refusal was not just rude but unjust. "Now think it over and see what you can do," he continued, his voice dropping to emphasize the gravity of what came next. "Because disaster is hanging over our master and his whole household. He's such a wicked man that no one can talk to him." This final statement reveals multiple truths. First, the servant openly called his master wicked, showing that Nabal's character was recognized and condemned even by those who served him. Second, he acknowledged that talking to Nabal was impossible. The man could not be reasoned with, could not be persuaded, could not be made to see sense. Third, and most importantly, he made clear that the coming disaster would affect everyone, not just Nabal. Innocent people, servants, shepherds, women, children, would all die because of one man's foolish pride. The servant's message contained several crucial elements. First, he confirmed the truth of David's claims. The protection had been real and valuable. Second, he acknowledged his master's character. Nabal was indeed a fool who would not listen to reason. Third, he recognized the danger. Disaster was coming for the entire household, not just for Nabal himself. Fourth, he understood that disaster could be prevented if someone acted wisely and quickly. And fifth, by coming to Abigail, he implicitly acknowledged that she was the only person capable of addressing this crisis. Abigail listened carefully to every word. While others might have panicked or despaired at the news, her mind immediately began calculating options and strategies. She knew David's reputation. He was no ordinary bandit, but a proven warrior who had killed giants and routed armies. She knew that 400 armed men could annihilate everything and everyone in Nabal's household in a matter of hours. She understood that her husband's stubbornness made it impossible to reason with him directly, and she realized, with crystal clarity, that she had perhaps a few hours at most to prevent a massacre. Most importantly, Abigail understood something that her husband had failed to grasp. David was not just a wilderness chieftain, but the anointed future king of Israel. The prophet Samuel's anointing was known among those who paid attention to such things, even if the anointing had been conducted in secret. David's character, his victories, his supernatural protection from Saul's repeated attempts to kill him, all of this pointed to a man marked by destiny, chosen by God for a purpose. To insult such a man was not just rude, it was cosmically foolish, setting oneself against not just a powerful warrior, but against God's own chosen instrument. But Abigail also understood something else about David. He was a man who valued honour and righteousness. He had spared Saul's life when he could have taken it. He maintained discipline among his men in the lawless wilderness. He protected shepherds rather than robbing them. This was a man who could be reasoned with, if the reasoning was sound and the approach was wise. This was a man who had a conscience, who cared about doing right, who would listen to wisdom if it was presented properly. She made her decision instantly. She would act without consulting her husband, because consulting him would accomplish nothing except wasting precious time. She would take full responsibility for her actions, and she would trust that wisdom, properly applied, could accomplish what force could never achieve. Abigail moved with remarkable speed and efficiency. She understood that time was critical. Every minute that passed brought David's army closer to her household. She ordered her servants to gather provisions, and she specified generous quantities that would show real respect and appreciation. 200 loaves of bread, enough to feed David's entire band with some left over. 2 skins of wine, not cheap wine, but good quality wine appropriate for an important gift. 5 dressed sheep, already slaughtered and prepared for roasting. Substantial amount of meat, the kind of provision that required real effort and expense. Nearly 8 gallons of roasted grain, portable, nutritious, practical for men living in the wilderness. 100 cakes of raisins, sweet, energy-dense, valuable. 200 cakes of pressed figs, another luxury item showing that this was not some grudging minimum offering, but a genuine expression of generosity. These were substantial quantities, the kind of provision that showed both respect and generosity. More than what David had originally requested, enough to feed his entire band well. Abigail was not merely trying to buy her way out of trouble. She was correcting her husband's insult with genuine generosity, demonstrating the kind of hospitality that Nabal should have shown in the first place. The choice of provisions was strategic. She selected items that were valuable and appreciated, wine and meat and sweets, but also practical for men living in the wilderness. These were things David's men could use immediately and would genuinely appreciate. She was showing respect not just through the quantity, but through the thought put into what would actually be helpful and welcome. She had these provisions loaded onto donkeys, creating a visible caravan that would be impossible to miss. The sight of multiple donkeys loaded with food and wine would immediately communicate peaceful intent, would signal that whoever was coming was bringing gifts rather than weapons, was seeking reconciliation rather than conflict. She gave her servants explicit instructions. "Go on ahead, I'll follow you." This arrangement was carefully planned. The servants would arrive first, their laden donkeys making clear that this was a mission of peace and generosity. They would begin unloading the provisions, creating a visual tableau of abundance and goodwill. And then Abigail would arrive, able to speak with David after the initial impact of the generous provisions had already begun to soften his anger. The servants departed immediately, creating a caravan that would be visible from a distance. Meanwhile, Abigail told Nabal nothing. There was no point. He would either forbid her mission, and she would have to disobey him anyway, or he would ignore her warning, secure in his foolish confidence that his wealth made him untouchable. Either way, consulting him would waste time they didn't have. This was a moment that required action, not permission. Some might question whether Abigail was right to act without her husband's knowledge or consent. After all, wasn't she violating the proper order of authority in the household? Wasn't she being disobedient to her husband? But biblical wisdom literature consistently affirms that there are times when a higher principle must take precedence over a lower one. The preservation of innocent life takes precedence over formal procedures. Preventing evil takes precedence over maintaining appearances. Doing right takes precedence over doing what's expected. Abigail understood that this was one of those moments when wisdom required her to act beyond the normal boundaries of her role, because staying within those boundaries would result in catastrophe. She mounted her own donkey and began riding toward the wilderness, toward the armed men marching to destroy her household. She rode alone, following her servants at a distance, moving steadily toward the confrontation that would determine whether wisdom or violence would prevail. As she rode, Abigail likely prayed. She would have asked God for wisdom in choosing her words, for courage to speak boldly when the moment came, for divine favour in turning David's heart from vengeance. She would have committed herself and her mission to God's providence, trusting that if she acted rightly, God would honour her faithfulness. She also likely considered carefully what she would say when she met David face to face. She understood that words would be her only weapons, and that those words would need to be chosen with perfect precision. Too much deference might seem insincere or manipulative. Too little might inflame David's anger further. She would need to acknowledge the wrong done to him while not defending her husband's actions. She would need to appeal to David's better nature while respecting his legitimate grievances. She would need to remind him of his destiny without seeming to lecture him. She would need to turn his anger away from violence without suggesting that his anger itself was unjustified. All of this would need to be accomplished while speaking to a man she had never met, who was currently marching toward her home with 400 armed warriors intent on slaughter, who had sworn an oath before God to kill every male in her household before morning. The odds were not in her favour. The wrong word, a misjudged tone, a poorly chosen argument, any of these could result in David dismissing her and continuing his march toward violence. But wisdom, Abigail knew, often succeeds precisely when the odds suggest it should fail. And she was about to demonstrate that principle in a way that would be remembered for thousands of years. Chapter 5. The Meeting in the Ravine. The geography of that fateful encounter is significant and worth pausing to consider. Abigail rode down into a mountain ravine, a place where the land itself created natural walls on either side, focusing attention, limiting distractions, creating a kind of natural amphitheatre where every word would carry weight and importance. Ravines in that region were formed by seasonal water flow, carved over centuries by occasional flash floods that rushed through during the rainy season. During the dry season, they became natural passages through the mountainous terrain, shadowed by the steep walls on either side, cooler than the exposed hillsides, often the quickest route between locations but also potential places of ambush. And there, coming from the opposite direction, she saw them. David and his men, 400 warriors, armed and grim-faced, marching with the purposeful stride of men committed to violence. At their head, David himself still burning with the fury of insult and betrayal. They'd come too far to turn back easily. The momentum of anger carried them forward, and the oath David had sworn gave that momentum the force of sacred obligation. Imagine the visual impact of that moment. Abigail, a woman alone on a donkey, riding toward an army. The contrast could not have been more stark. 1 against 400. Peace against war, wisdom against fury. Any reasonable person would have been terrified. But Abigail's courage came not from absence of fear, but from conviction that what she was doing was right and necessary. When Abigail saw David, she acted quickly, her movements deliberate and practiced. She dismounted from her donkey and bowed down before him with her face to the ground, the deepest form of respect and submission in her. Culture. This was not weakness, but strategy. She immediately diffused any perception that she came in defiance or pride. She acknowledged David's authority and position. She showed humility without grovelling, respect without civility. The act of dismounting and bowing would have required David and his men to stop. They couldn't simply march past a woman prostrated in their path. This gave Abigail her opening, created the space for words to be spoken and heard. Then she spoke, and in speaking she demonstrated why wisdom is sometimes called the highest gift, why Solomon asked God for wisdom above all other possible gifts, why the book of Proverbs consistently presents wisdom as more valuable than gold or silver or any material treasure. "Pardon your servant, my lord, and let me speak to you," she began, her voice clear and steady despite the circumstances. "Hear what your servant has to say. Please pay no attention to that wicked man Nabal. He is just like his name. His name means fool, and folly goes with him. And as for me, your servant, I did not see the men my lord sent." Notice the structure and wisdom of her opening. She asked permission to speak, showing respect for David's authority, even though he had no formal authority over her. She referred to herself as your servant multiple times, positioning herself as someone under David's care rather than as an adversary or even a neutral party. This was strategic. By calling herself his servant, she appealed to his responsibility as a leader to listen to those under his protection. She immediately disavowed her husband's actions, calling Nabal what he was, wicked and foolish. She didn't make excuses for him, didn't try to minimize what he had done, didn't ask David to understand or forgive Nabal's perspective. She simply acknowledged the truth. Nabal was a fool, and his response had been foolish. By doing this, she separated herself from his actions while taking responsibility for her household's obligations. She explained that she had not been present when David's messengers came, establishing that she bore no personal responsibility for the insult. This wasn't an excuse but a statement of fact. If she had been there, the implication was clear. Things would have gone differently. David's men would have been welcomed and provided for as they deserved. In these opening sentences, Abigail accomplished several things simultaneously. She showed respect without weakness. She acknowledged wrong without defending it. She established her own character as distinct from her husband's. She created a foundation for everything else she was about to say. But Abigail was just beginning. She continued, her words carefully chosen, building her argument with the precision of a skilled advocate. "And now, my lord, as surely as the Lord your God lives, and as you live, since the Lord has kept you from bloodshed and from avenging yourself with your own hands, may your enemies and all who are intent on harming my lord be like Nabal, and let this gift, which your servant has brought to my lord, be given to the men who follow you." This passage is masterful in its construction, revealing Abigail's deep understanding of how to appeal to a person's better nature. She invoked the name of God, reminding David that his actions would be witnessed and judged by a higher authority than any human. She didn't threaten David with divine judgment. That would have been counterproductive. But she framed the situation in terms of David's relationship with God. She reframed what was happening in the present moment. David had not yet shed blood. God, through Abigail's intervention, was keeping him from that action. By framing it this way, she made it easier for David to change course without losing face. He wasn't backing down from his oath. He was accepting God's intervention to prevent him from doing something he would later regret. She pronounced a curse on David's real enemies, lumping Nabal, together with them as equally foolish and deserving of divine judgment. This was clever. She wasn't asking David to forget the offence or pretend it didn't matter. She was simply asking him to leave the judgment to God rather than taking it into his own hands. David's honour would be satisfied through divine justice rather than human violence. She called the provision she had brought a gift freely given, restoring honour to the interaction. This wasn't payment extracted under duress or compensation offered out of fear. It was a gift from a friend, the kind of generous provision that should have been offered in the first place. By framing it as a gift, she allowed David to accept it without feeling that he was being bought off or manipulated. She pressed on, speaking with increasing boldness, her confidence growing as she saw that David was actually listening. "Please forgive your servant's presumption. The Lord your God will certainly make a lasting dynasty for my Lord, because you fight the Lord's battles and no wrongdoing will be found in you as long as you live. Even though someone is pursuing you to take your life, the life of my Lord will be bound securely in the bundle of the living by the Lord your God. But the lives of your enemies he will hurl away as from the pocket of a sling." Here, Abigail revealed her understanding of David's true identity and destiny. This was not information available to just anyone. The fact that she knew about David's anointing, knew about God's promises to him, knew about his destiny to establish a lasting dynasty. All of this showed that she was a woman who paid attention to what mattered, who understood the deeper spiritual realities beneath the surface events of her time. She knew he would establish a dynasty, not hoped, not guessed, but knew with the certainty of faith in God's promises. She knew he fought the Lord's battles, framing his military activities not as those of a bandit or rebel, but as someone carrying out divine purposes. She knew that no wrongdoing would be found in him. This was both a statement of confidence in his character and a subtle warning that if he slaughtered her household, that would be wrongdoing that would stain his record. She used beautiful imagery to describe God's protection of David. Bound securely in the bundle of the living, evoked the image of something precious being wrapped carefully and protected, the way valuable items were bundled for safekeeping. David's life was in God's hands, protected by divine care, immune to the schemes of his enemies no matter how powerful they seemed. And then she reminded him of his greatest victory, referencing his defeat of Goliath with a sling, turning that image into a promise that God would handle his enemies just as David had once felled a giant. With a single stone from a sling, David had defeated Israel's greatest enemy. With similar efficiency and power, God would deal with all of David's foes. The message was clear. David didn't need to take vengeance into his own hands. God was fully capable of handling his enemies. Then came the crucial turning point, the heart of her argument, the appeal that would ultimately change everything. "When the Lord has fulfilled for my Lord every good thing he promised concerning him, and has appointed him ruler over Israel, my Lord will not have on his conscience the staggering burden of needless bloodshed or of having avenged himself. And when the Lord your God has brought my Lord success, remember your servant." This was the masterstroke, the argument that cut through all the anger and wounded pride to touch something deeper in David's character. Abigail asked David to think not about the present moment of anger, but about his future. She asked him to imagine himself years from now, sitting on Israel's throne, looking back on this day. When he became king, not if, but when, treating his future as an established fact, speaking with the confidence of faith, would he want to look back on this day with regret? Would he want to carry the weight of having slaughtered an entire household over an insult? Would he want his conscience stained with unnecessary violence? Would he want to remember that he had killed innocent people because their master had been rude to him? She called it the staggering burden of needless bloodshed, acknowledging that taking life has weight, has consequences, leaves marks on the soul of the one who does it. Even justified killing carries weight. But needless killing, disproportionate killing, killing driven by anger rather than justice, that kind of bloodshed becomes a burden that never fully lifts, a stain that never quite washes clean. She appealed to David's conscience, to his sense of who he was and who he wanted to be. She reminded him that he was not just a warrior but a man of God, not just a fighter, but someone called to lead God's people. She called him to his higher self, to the man God had anointed him to be, not the angry warrior he was in that moment. And notice what she didn't do. She never directly criticised David. She never suggested that his anger was unjustified, or that Nabal's insult didn't matter. She never implied that David was wrong to feel offended, or that he should simply swallow the insult and move on. Instead, she elevated David above the situation. She reminded him that he was destined for greater things than petty vengeance. She showed him a path forward that would preserve his honour without requiring violence. Her final request, "Remember your servant," was both humble and wise. She wasn't demanding reward or recognition. She was simply asking David to remember that she had helped him avoid a terrible mistake. And the phrase carried an implied promise. When David became king, when he held power and authority, she trusted that he would remember this day and the woman who had shown him wisdom. Throughout her speech, which probably lasted only a few minutes but contained the distilled wisdom of a lifetime, Abigail demonstrated mastery of persuasive communication. She showed respect while speaking boldly. She acknowledged legitimate grievances while pointing toward better responses. She appealed to self-interest while grounding everything in spiritual truth. She offered practical solutions while addressing deeper principles. Most importantly, she spoke as someone who believed in David, who saw not just who he was in that moment, but who he was meant to become. She spoke as someone who understood that great leaders sometimes need to be reminded of their greatness, that angry men sometimes need to be shown a path away from their anger, that pride sometimes needs to be given away to back down without losing face. Chapter 6. When wisdom dissolves. Fury, David stood silent as Abigail spoke, listening to every word. The men around him watched, probably with some surprise, wondering how their commander would respond to this unexpected intervention. They had been marching toward violence, committed to an oath, convinced of the righteousness of their cause. Now here was this woman, speaking words that challenged everything they had been thinking, offering a perspective they hadn't considered. The moment stretched, balanced between violence and peace, between the momentum of anger and the pull of wisdom. David's next words would determine whether 400 warriors would turn back or continue forward, whether an entire household would live or die. Then David spoke, and in his words, everyone present heard the sound of anger transforming into something else entirely, not disappearing, but being redirected, being elevated, being refined into something better than blind rage. "Praise be to the Lord, the God of Israel, who has sent you today to meet me," David said, his voice carrying a note of wonder, as if he was only now fully recognizing how close he had come to disaster. "May you be blessed for your good judgment and for keeping me from bloodshed this day and from avenging myself with my own hands. Otherwise, as surely as the Lord, the God of Israel lives, who has kept me from harming you, if you had not come quickly to meet me, not one male belonging to Nabal would have been left alive by daybreak." These words revealed several truths about David's character and about what had just happened. First, David recognized divine intervention. God had sent Abigail to stop him. This wasn't just a lucky accident or a clever woman taking initiative. This was providence, divine orchestration, God actively working to prevent David from making a terrible mistake. Second, he acknowledged that Abigail had saved him from bloodshed. Not saved Nabal, that's what we might expect him to say, but saved David himself. He understood that he was the one who needed saving, that he was the one about to commit an act he would regret. The violence would have stained him more than it would have hurt Nabal, who would have been dead and beyond regret. Third, he confirmed what he had intended to do. The slaughter would have been total. Not one male would have survived. He didn't soften this or try to minimize it. He stated it plainly, acknowledging the full extent of what he had been about to do, owning the reality that his anger had been leading him toward mass murder. Fourth, by speaking these things aloud before his men, David demonstrated the kind of leadership that would eventually make him a great king. He didn't try to save face by pretending he hadn't really meant it, didn't minimize his anger or the oath he had sworn. Instead, he publicly acknowledged that he had been wrong, that he had needed correction, that this woman's wisdom had been greater than his fury. This is what wisdom does in the presence of anger. It doesn't deny the anger or call it invalid. It doesn't argue against the reasons for the anger, or suggest that the offended party should just get over it. Instead, it provides perspective, appeals to deeper values, offers a path forward that preserves honour without requiring violence. Wisdom acknowledges that anger can be righteous while still recognising that righteous anger can lead to unrighteous actions. It creates space for people to change course without losing face, to redirect their energy toward better ends without denying the legitimacy of their feelings. David accepted the provisions Abigail had brought, a visible sign that he was accepting her entire message, not just taking the food while continuing with his original plan. "Go home in peace," he told her, his voice now calm, the fury drained away. "I have heard your words and granted your request." Those simple words contained multitudes. David acknowledged that he had truly heard her, not just listened to the sound she made, but understood the wisdom she was offering. He had heard her with his mind and his heart, had allowed her words to penetrate past his anger to touch something deeper in his character, and he granted her request, which was nothing less than the lives of everyone in her household. 400 warriors who had sworn to kill every male in Nabal's house would now return to their camps without having shed any blood. Servants who would have died for their master's folly would live. Shepherds who had done nothing wrong would continue tending their flocks. An entire household was saved because one woman had the wisdom to act and the courage to speak. With those words, the crisis ended. The immediate danger passed. 400 warriors who had been marching toward massacre turned around and headed back to their wilderness camps. The machinery of vengeance, once set in motion, had been stopped by the intervention of the wisdom. The men began to disperse, probably with mixed feelings. Some might have felt relief. Killing an entire household isn't something most people want to do, even when they're angry. Some might have felt disappointment. They had worked themselves up for violence and now had to let that energy dissipate without release. Some might have felt admiration for David, seeing in his willingness to change course evidence of the kind of wisdom that makes good leaders. Some might have gained new respect for the power of the well-spoken words to change outcomes that seemed inevitable. Abigail had accomplished the impossible, with no weapons except words, with no authority except her own moral clarity, with no power except the power of truth spoken well. She had prevented a tragedy. She had saved her household from death. She had protected David from a decision he would have regretted for the rest of his life. And she had demonstrated that the right words, spoken at the right time in the right way, can accomplish what armies cannot. As she prepared to return to her household, Abigail must have felt a complex mixture of emotions: relief that the immediate danger had passed, exhaustion from the intensity of what she had just experienced. Perhaps some trepidation about what she would face when she returned home and her husband learned what she had done, but also surely a deep satisfaction in knowing that she had done the right thing, that she had acted according to wisdom and conscience, that she had saved innocent lives through her courage and skill. The sun was likely getting lower in the sky by now. The shadows in the ravine would have been lengthening. Abigail mounted her donkey and began the journey home, back to a household that had no idea how close it had come to annihilation, back to a husband who was probably still celebrating his shearing feast without any awareness of the disaster that had been averted. She rode home carrying the knowledge that she had changed history, though she probably didn't think of it in such grand terms. She had simply done what needed to be done, what her wisdom told her was right, what her conscience demanded. She had demonstrated that one person acting with courage, And wisdom at the right moment can change outcomes that seem inevitable, can redirect the course of events, can prevent tragedies that others thought were unstoppable. Chapter 7. The Fate of Folly. Abigail returned to her home in Carmel as evening was settling over the land. The dust of David's departing army had settled behind her. The crisis had passed, but she now faced a different challenge, dealing with her husband and the aftermath of what she'd done. She found Nabal hosting a feast, and the description scripture provides is revealing. A feast like that of a king. This detail tells us much about Nabal's character and self-perception. He wasn't content to have a normal celebration. He had to display his wealth, had to demonstrate his status, had to make sure everyone understood just how rich and important he was. He was drunk, celebrating his wealth and his shearing season, completely unaware that his household had come within hours of annihilation, while Abigail had been racing to intercept David's army, while servants had been loading donkeys with provisions in desperate haste, while 400 armed men had been marching toward them with swords drawn and death in their eyes. Nabal had been drinking wine and congratulating himself on his prosperity. The scene would be almost comical if it weren't so tragic. A man completely oblivious to the danger he had created through his own foolishness, celebrating in ignorance while others saved him from the consequences of his actions. He had no idea that every person at his feast owed their life to his wife's wisdom and courage. He had no idea how close he had come to destroying everything through his stubborn pride. Abigail said nothing to him that night. There was no point in trying to communicate with a drunk man, especially one as foolish as Nabal, even when sober. She had learned through long experience that some conversations are futile, that some moments are wrong for truth-telling, that wisdom includes knowing when to speak and when to wait. So she waited through the night, waited through his drunken revelry, waited for morning when sobriety might make understanding possible. We can imagine her during those hours, exhausted from her journey and the emotional intensity of her confrontation with David, but unable to rest, knowing that she still had to face her husband, still had to tell him what she had done, still had to deal with the aftermath of her actions. When morning came and Nabal had sobered up, his head probably aching from the previous night's excess, Abigail told him everything. She didn't soften the truth or minimize the danger. She explained about David's messengers and his own contemptuous response. She described the 400 armed men who had been marching toward their home with sworn intent to kill every male in the household. She detailed her intervention, the provisions she'd taken without his knowledge or permission, and her meeting with David in the ravine. She made absolutely clear exactly how close they had all come to death, how his foolish insult had nearly cost everyone their lives. The news had a dramatic and immediate effect. Scripture says that Nabal's heart failed him, and he became like a stone. This description suggests either a stroke or some form of shock so profound that he became paralyzed, unable to move or speak. Medical historians have speculated about the exact nature of Nabal's condition. Perhaps a massive stroke, perhaps a heart attack, perhaps a psychological shock so severe that it manifested as physical paralysis. Whatever the medical mechanism, the meaning is clear. The man who had been so certain of his own importance and invulnerability, who had been celebrating with royal pretensions just hours earlier, suddenly came face to face with the consequences of his folly, the reality of how close he had come to death, the understanding of how his own actions had nearly destroyed everyone and everything he possessed. The humiliation of learning that his wife had to save him from his own stupidity, all of this crashed down on him with crushing force. Some speculate that what killed Nabal was not just physical shock, but spiritual and psychological devastation. He had built his identity on his wealth and status, on the illusion that his riches made him untouchable and superior. Now he had to confront the reality that his wealth meant nothing in the face of real power, that his status hadn't protected him, that he had been completely vulnerable and had been saved only through the intervention of the wife he had probably treated with contempt. For a proud man, a man whose name meant fool, but who probably believed himself quite clever, this realization might have been more devastating than any physical blow. His entire self-image collapsed. Everything he had believed about himself and the world was revealed as false. And unlike physical injuries which can heal, damage to one's fundamental sense of self can be fatal. He lingered for about 10 days in this condition, neither dead nor truly alive, existing in some twilight state between the two. We don't know if he was conscious during this time, if he could hear or understand what was happening around him, if he experienced this time as suffering or simply as a kind of blankness. The text is spare in its details, telling us only that he remained like a stone for approximately 10 days. Then he died. The text simply states that the Lord struck Nabal and he died, leaving the exact mechanism ambiguous, but the meaning clear. Nabal's death was connected to his character and his actions. God's justice had found him. The consequences he had created through his own foolishness had finally caught up to him. When David heard that Nabal was dead, his response revealed his character and his understanding of what had happened. He didn't gloat over the death of an enemy. He didn't celebrate that someone who had insulted him had suffered and died. Instead, he praised God and acknowledged how God had worked in the entire situation. Praise be to the Lord who has